What is your question?
Allowing us to do that? Or you asked me?
Like
sure,
what big
sure,
again?
yeah.
Oh, those are maybe, yeah. That's
Here we got that.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
Now it's showing the attendees list.
I'm doing my best.
because that's what they see lots with them.
I can try.
We have Maggie yet?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hey, Maggie. Welcome to our board.
Thank you.
All right. Gonna wait another minute for us to be officially hit 9 o'clock, then we'll start it up. Don't forget to keep your phone on silent, just in case. Okay, good. Tommy, hear your phone's on silent. Okay. I texted you, that's why. All right. Want mine? Want my tablet?
It doesn't have the staff report. It's just the
I've got the
further in.
dockets, but no
There you go.
staff report.
Take. Give it to Mick's door. Kind of get it set up with technology here. Lawrence, do you see you good?
As the
Are you
dockets
good?
as well.
I mean, are you good? Can you see the cases and all that on your computer or whatever you're using? You can connect to the Wi-Fi here. It's called KC Guest. You don't need a password.
It is just a docket on there, Andy.
Okay.
I'll come get them.
But now it is just. Okay.
Lisa would have sent an email with the docket with the staff reports. So you would search for her email.
So Stellar, once you're ready, then we'll start it up. I know. Besides those, ones that were on the staff reports.
I believe we're.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the ones that were listed on the staff report to be continued, we'll do those first. So.
He's online. He's online.
Those in the audience, we're pausing for some technology issues. We'll be live here in just about 5 minutes or less. Thank you.
Um,
I don't know.
Here, let me just look in the thing.
I looked at the list.
Matthew.
What? See our court. Do we have our court reporter online?
That is correct.
Do? Thank you.
We do.
Right screen.
There he is. What? Say that again.
Ebbets? What are we,
Waiting for technology.
okay. Lisa's taking care of that?
Yeah, she went to the staff reports on a tablet.
Oh, sounds good. Thank
We got
you.
the wrong set of tablets.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Okay, here we go. You ready? I'd like to call the meeting of the Board of Zoning Adjustment to order for the October 11th docket 2022. Before we start, I'd like to make a few comments. This is our first in-person meeting since March of 2020. It's been 2.5 years. We've been Zooming ever since then. And today is a hybrid meeting, which means we have some people in Zoom and some people in person. So I'm very experienced in the Zoom mode, not too much in the hybrid mode. So please excuse delays that may happen as we progress in the meeting today. Comment number 2. I'd like to welcome our newest board member, Maggie Moran. Maggie was with city staff a while ago. Both Mr. Stiller and myself have worked with her in the past on the city side, and we welcome her to our board today. Maggie, you bring a wealth of experience to this committee, and we very much appreciate you joining us today and in the future. And
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Go ahead, Maggie. Sorry, I missed your comment. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said thank you. It's good to be here.
Yeah, great. And lastly, I'd like to thank all city staff who have prepared cases for today and their assistants. To those in the audience and those who have cases before us today, they work tirelessly in preparation to make your case presentable to the board in front of you today. So to all city staff, thank you, thank you, thank you. And with that said, let's swear in staff today. So will all city staff either raise your hands or be acknowledged so we can administer the oath to you? So the oath is, do you solemnly swear to or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Please identify yourself to the court reporter.
Let's start with the people online. Matt,
Matthew Barnes, I do.
Larissa,
Larissa Chambi, I do.
Mr. Duddy,
James Duddy, I do.
Christina Johnson,
Christina Johnson, I do.
Jared Clements, I do.
Najma Muhammad, I do.
Anna Naniski, I do.
Thank you so much. Oh, wise, we got one more. Sorry.
Oh, and Justin, I am so sorry, Justin.
You're fine. Justin Smith, I do.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We've got some continuances today. But before I do that, could someone in staff explain the Zoom process to those online?
Thank you. So I'm going to describe the procedures of this hybrid meeting. First, when a case is called, city staff is going to give their staff report, and then the chair is going to turn it over to the applicant team associated with the case for their presentation, and then it'll be time for public testimony. For everyone online, there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting. We have attendees and panelists. City staff and members of the board are the only people who are panelists at this time. When it is time for your case to be heard, you will use the raise hand function in Zoom. There's a ribbon at the bottom of the Zoom feature that has the little raise hand button. You'll click that, and that'll signify to staff that you need to be promoted. Once that promotion happens, it will appear for like a very brief moment that you've been disconnected. Don't worry, you are just rejoining the meeting as a panelist, and that allows you to turn on your camera and unmute yourself when it is time for your public testimony. We also ask that you use your legal name as your screen name. That helps with the promotion process. And when it is time for public testimony, like I said, you'll turn your camera on, you'll turn your microphone on, and you'll be able to speak. Please refrain, for those online, for using the chat box to talk about merits of the case. It is purely to talk about issues with Zoom or logistics of the meeting. For everyone in person, when it is time for public testimony, you will approach the mic and give your testimony there. If you are an applicant, you will use the computer that you see before us. Any exhibits that you have, like the PowerPoint presentation, photos, or maps that you have prepared for your testimony, please have that on a jump drive so we can input it into the computer for the commission and the people on Zoom to see. If you are in person, there's no need for you to be on Zoom as well, especially if you are unmuted. This creates a lot of negative feedback for the audio for the presentation. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that explanation. And I want to thank my fellow committee members who came downtown today and joining us in person, and of course, Maggie and remotely. But again, thank you for all your work that you do for the city of Kansas City. All right, let's start with the continuances this morning. And the first continuance that I see is docket item number 2, case number 0007 with an address of 9500 East 47th Street. There's a continuance to November 8th. Does anyone have any comments on this one before we continue? I think it's this Olaflu.
The reason for the continuance is that the case hasn't gone through CPC yet.
Right. Board members, do I have a motion to continue this to the November 8th docket? Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The chair votes with the motion and is continued to November 8th. The next one is docket number 3, case number 33 with an address of 3026 Van Brunt Boulevard. This is, continuance on this one.
The reason for this continuance is that the case has not gone through CPC yet.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to continue this?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second?
Second.
All those, a second from Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes with the motion. This is continued to the November 8th docket. Next is docket number 7 with an address of case number 39, address of 4742 Jarborough. And this is also to be continued. Jared, is that your case?
That is correct. The CPC voted to continue this case to November 1st.
Great. Motion to continue this to our docket of November 8th, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This is continued to the November 8th docket. Next one that I see is a dismissal. Do you think we can do that one? Okay, that's docket number 10, case number 138 with an address of 1002 West 77th Terrace. This is a dismissal case, and any comments on that?
The reason for the dismissal is that the planner attached to the case has determined that there's no longer a need for a variance.
Perfect. Committee members, do I have a motion to dismiss this case?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion, and this matter is dismissed. If I'm reading my sheet correctly, the next one is docket number 16, case number 144 with an address of 516 Olive Street. Let's see here, same. Why do we need?
The reason for the continuance request, the applicant did not pick up their property posting sign.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, do I have a motion to move this to November 8th?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second, anyone? Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. This is continued to November 8th. Next case I see is case number 135, docket number 18, with an address of 6821 Rock Hill Road. Comments on this one? Najma?
I didn't receive adequate site plans in time in order to do a comprehensive review.
No worries. Do you have a motion to continue this to November 8th?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. This matter is continued to November 8th. Next item that I see is docket number 23 with an address, and then, by the way, that's case number 139 with the address of 612 West 47th Street. Let's see here. Reason for this move?
City staff needed more time to prepare for the case.
Miss-
There's public testimony. for
Chair.
this one.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm Patricia Jensen. I'm with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm. Here today, our address is 4510 Bellevue, here today on behalf of Drake Development. Drake Development is the owner of the property at 612 West 47th Street. I'm going to request, rather than continuing it, that you dismiss this appeal for a number of reasons. And that's because I don't believe that the appeal has been properly perfected or filed with the appropriate body. So there is very limited information available on Compass. The only thing I can find on Compass is the notices that went out to the property owners concerning the appeal. The reason for the appeal on Compass just says, per section 88530-05A, this is an appeal of the City Plan Commission Director's decision for the approval of a site plan application, plan number CRBF 2022-50296, and the decision to issue the permit for that site plan without provision of adequate parking. That is a tenant finish permit. It is not any site plan approval that I can find. So I don't believe that this appeal has been properly filed. Usually building permit appeals go to the Board of Building Code and Fire Code Board of Appeals. Additionally, per your section of 88530-05-A, appeals of the site plan decisions of the Director of City Development get filed with the City Plan Commission, not the Board of Zoning Adjustment. The procedure is set forth in that section that site plan appeals get filed with the City Plan Commission, and then any decisions of the City Plan Commission can get filed with the Board of Zoning Adjustment. There's been no filing of any site plan appeal to the City Plan Commission.
Ms. Jensen, before you continue on, we were taking cases for continuance. It sounds like you want to present this case to us in its normal procedure.
It needs to be dismissed rather than continued.
That would be later, Ms. Jensen.
I can do that. I
Okay.
just didn't want you to continue
No,
it.
we won't continue.
And I know, just
And for-
first,
Sorry, and for clarification, Ms. Jensen is not a part of the applicant team.
right,
Correct.
Right.
And she's speaking about legal issues, and if you would like to make a motion to receive advice from your attorney, that would also be appropriate. If you want to hold off on it until later in the meeting, that's also fine.
Yeah, okay, so go ahead. Make the motion. That's on the first page of this hearing. See it up there?
No. I would move that the board move into private session for legal advice per section 610.021.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I need to call the roll call on this. So Ms. Mixdorf?
Aye.
Mr. Stiller?
Aye.
Mr. Gorens?
Aye.
Ms. Moran in the audience?
Aye.
Thank you, Maggie. And chair votes to go into, with that motion, we'll go into closed session. And to those people in the audience, we'll be back in a few minutes. And go in the back. Yeah, we need to bring something from Ms. Moran.
I don't know how
Maggie, you should be receiving a Microsoft Teams link.
Okay.
And please mute yourself on the Zoom meeting while you are in the Microsoft Teams.
Leave it on.
Mute yourself in Zoom.
Okay.
Maggie, online? She did. We're going to have her dial in.
Okay.
Maggie, you hearing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Not going out into Zoom. Do you have my email address or someone down at city staff? We'd like for you to call in to one of our cell phones back in the back.
Anna has it set up.
She'll do it? Okay,
Working on it.
great. We got it.
Okay. So just call that number.
Do you not get the on your laptop? Okay. Uh-huh. Aggie, can you hear me?
Yes, I've sent my phone number. I've tried to get in the meeting. It says I should wait till someone lets me in. Someone in the meeting should let you in soon, but can you hear me?
One second.
Okay.
How did you send me the number?
I sent it to Lisa Payne.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I sent it to Randy Mix. Okay, wait.
And Maggie, I sent you a link to join that closed meeting.
Uh-huh, hello?
Maggie, can you send Anna Naniski in an email for information? Sarah's back.
Hi there.
Slide.
Maggie, just a moment. She is.
Maggie's back with us.
She with us yet?
That is correct. She's back.
She is. Okay, I see her. So we're coming back out of closed session, but I'll need a motion to do that.
So moved, Mr. Chairman, per section 610.0211.
I have a motion. To have a second to that?
Second.
And I need to call oral, get everyone's approval. Ms. Mixtor?
Aye.
Mr. Stiller.
Aye.
Mr. Gorence.
Aye.
Ms. Moran.
Aye.
Thank you. And chair votes with that. We are now back into open session. Ms. Jensen, thank you so much for your comments on this case. The opposition has had no chance because they thought this case was going to be continued today. So before you go on, let me finish. Because of that, we really need to continue this matter to the November 8th docket.
Mr. Chair, could I just finish my remarks on this case?
Remember, you haven't been sworn in.
Well, I can be.
And we really haven't officially called this case. We were doing it to move it for continuance, but I will swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do. Mr. Chair, I understand from an email this morning from Joe Rexwinkle that the applicant has filed more than one appeal. While the applicant has filed more than one appeal, this is one of the appeals the applicant has filed. And it's very inappropriate. We have my client online, Matt Pennington and Dave Olson, if they could be promoted so they can provide testimony. As I stated, this is not the venue to file that appeal.
Okay, pardon me. I'm going to have to interrupt here. You're getting into the merits of the case. The chairman has indicated there's likely going to be a continuance.
Yes.
Well, we would like to make our argument as to why you're denying us our rights, because this stays any,
Patricia, it's not
any
uncommon to
permits.
continue a case.
Ms. Jensen, I appreciate your comments today, but we're not here to hear your case today. We're here to continue the case today.
And that's to the detriment of my client.
The opposition was thinking they're not going to be, this case is going to be continued. We have nothing from the opposition.
The opposition should appear at the hearing always, because as I advise my client, it's up to the board to continue a case. You
Right.
can't be guaranteed that a case is going to be continued.
Correct, but this case is up for continuance. And before you bring in more testimony, Ms. Jensen, I appreciate your comments today, but you're the wrong time to be doing this.
I believe I'm at the right time, but I respect your comments.
Okay, thank
She's
you.
raised her hand.
And I don't know if Matt or Dave want to say anything about the continuance.
Regarding the continuance, I will entertain their comments briefly. So if you want to promote those two people, and I'll swear them in.
David Olson has raised their hand. David Olson, you need to accept the promotion. They have been connected.
Thank you. Will each of you raise your right hands to be sworn in?
David, please
Turn on your
turn on your
camera.
camera and unmute yourself to be sworn in by the chair.
Here we go. Well, they are. They're both in the same room, it appears. right?
Yes.
We are. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, or do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Please identify yourself to the court reporter.
David Olson, I do.
Matthew Pennington, I do.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just to be sure, your comments today at this time are only to the relevance of continuance of this case. That's all we want to hear, whether you want to hear the case or not. Today, again, it's in relevance to the continuance. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is Matt Pennington. At the end of the day, there was no information filed with the appeal. And I believe that's what BZA usually requires on something like this. So it's unfortunate that we're allowing the opposition to have additional weeks for them to provide additional problems to our project at Jack Henry and trying to get the puttery open for business. So we just would kindly ask that it's either dismissed or heard as it is damaging our project.
Thank you, sir. Your other comment? Anybody else?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, last name Madden.
He's the appellant. This is the applicant's attorney.
Yes, this is the applicant.
Final comments, Ms. Jensen, before I entertain a
think-
motion to continue this, unless there's someone
It
else.
sounds like the applicant's attorney has raised his hand. Is that
And
correct?
They have been
Brian
connected.
Madden?
Sorry, Zoom's running a little slow. Mr. Madden, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself to be sworn in by the chair.
I don't see him yet. Do you?
Mr.
guys?
Madden? Can you hear us? If we can't hear you. He is connected, but has not spoken or turned on their camera.
So
Might want to, you can move on.
did we wait a minute or what do you want to do?
I mean, I received an email that they were going to jump on because they heard this testimony, but I don't know if he's having technical issues or what's happening.
Yeah, he is connected, but he is not. Oh, hold on.
Goes.
There it goes.
And he just muted himself now. Mr. Madden, you'll have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Mr. Madden, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Please identify yourself to the court reporter.
My name's Brian Madden. I'm a Kansas City attorney. I represent the entities that filed this appeal. We do not believe this is the proper forum for this appeal. It's a site plan decision appeal that should first be heard by the City Planning Commission. And we therefore ask for a continuance so that this matter can be properly docketed with city planning.
Understood. Ms. Jensen?
Our request, as Matt stated, is either that you dismiss it or decide today on it based upon that it was, we believe that it's an improper appeal.
I would defer to my fellow committee members to give me a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move in case 139 that we continue to the November 8th hearing.
Got a motion on the floor. Second, anyone?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with this motion. This matter is continued to the November 8th docket. Thank you very much for everyone's testimony today. Right. And our last continuance is docket number 25, case number 24, with an address at 4507 Blue Ridge Cutoff.
The
Been
reason
continued a number of times before.
this is true, this appeal case is attached to docket item number 2, case CD SUP 2022-7. So they are attempting to remedy the violations associated with the appeal. So the appeal has also been continued as we wait for the SUP to be processed.
Is November 8 a good day or should we go 2 months with this? What's your comments on that?
That's your decision.
Yeah, okay. Committee members? Motion?
Chair, in case number 24, I move this case to the November 8th docket.
Great. I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens.
Case 25.
It's case number 24, docket number 25.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
Sure. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with this motion. This matter is continued to the November 8th docket. So
Mr.
now,
Chair, and while we're doing continuances, I just received an email from the applicants of docket item number 11.
okay,
It's number 120. They would like to have their case dismissed. Proceed with the code compliant sign.
so say that again, dismiss or move?
Dismissed.
All right, so good docket number 11.
Case 120.
Give me a second here while we load up on our side. So I'm calling docket number 11, case number 120 with address of 612 West 47th Street. There's been a comment that we need to dismiss this case, right, from the applicant.
Correct.
Okay. The quorum on this is Ebbets, Gorens, Mixdorf, and Stiller. So if any of those four members can make a motion on this dismissal.
I would move in case 120 to dismiss.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The chair votes with that motion. This matter is dismissed. All right. So we're going to go back to the beginning after those dismissals, and we're going to start with our first case, docket number 1, case number 40 with an address at 4001 East 149th Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be acknowledged?
Mr. Chair, I need to recuse on this.
Okay. So Mr. Stiller is recusing.
Aaron March has raised their hand and they have been connected.
Thank you. Mr. March, good morning. Anyone else is there anyone else interested in this case? Please raise your hand to be promoted. That's the address of 4001 East 149th Street. Anyone else?
Will DuBois has raised their hand.
Thank you.
They have been connected.
Will you please turn on your camera and microphone, please?
I actually don't have a camera on my computer. I can reconnect if I need to testify, but I think Aaron probably has it. So I will drop down as a panelist and I'll try to rejoin with the camera if I need to.
That'll be
If
great.
that's okay.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. March, please, and Mr. Dubois, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
I do.
You state your name for the court reporter, Aaron. Mr. March.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Aaron March. I'm an attorney with the Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm here today on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Dubois?
I do. I am with Davidson Architecture Engineering at 4301 Indian Creek Parkway.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right, this is Matt Barnes's case. So Matt, will you please present this to the board?
Good morning. Let me share my screen.
One second. Hold on just for a second, Matt. Mr. March, we only have 4 board members here today because Mr. Stiller recused himself. That means you have to get unanimous approval on this. Are you okay to proceed forward, or do you want to wait till we have a 5th board member?
No, Mr. Chairman, we would like to proceed today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. March, one other thing, there are a number of administrative exhibits. Those are on page. Let's see here. I see it here. They're 1 to 9.
No objection to administrative exhibits 1 to 9, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is the presentation. And Matt, go ahead and present today, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as stated, we have docket number 1, case number CD-CPC 2022-40, which is a special use permit to allow general manufacturing in the M1 zoning district for Skymark refuelers. It's located in the southern tip of Kansas City, way down south. Here's a closer view of the subject property. You can see Highway 150 to the north. It is just north of Cass County and adjacent to the former Richard Scabar Air Force Station, seen there. The building, which I believe is under construction currently, was approved under ordinance 201030. This special use permit is to allow for general manufacturing in the M1 zoning district. Currently, only limited manufacturing is allowed on site, which the general manufacturing is slightly higher intensity use. And the use is consistent with the adjacent properties. Here is a site plan of the portion that the applicant plans to rent. The entire building is shown in the red portion to the top left corner. You can see that the applicant is only utilizing under half of the building, really. The applicant is proposing to, and they can speak a little bit more on their operations, but they are creating refueler trucks. So the trucks you see at the airport, which will refuel the planes. I believe to make the chassis and all that for them. With that, the City Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions. As modified, they removed 2 conditions there that had to do with land development, but they recommend approval with conditions. And I can take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. March, why should we approve this today?
Mr. Chairman, I have a brief PowerPoint presentation that I hope will explain why we would like you to approve this. And if you could confirm that you can see my screen, I would certainly appreciate it.
You can, and we will admit that exhibit, and please send that to staff once you're completed.
Staff has it, and they'll be happy to know it's the same one we showed to the Planning Commission. We're here today requesting the approval of a special use permit, which will allow us to perform what has been classified as general manufacturing activity in the M1-5 zoning district. Staff has done a good job in teeing the case up, so I won't repeat their portion of the presentation. We're taking the northern 147,000 square feet of this building that is completed. Part of the confusion when we started was when no one was really certain where we were in the development process, but the developers has essentially finished this building, and we are the tenant in the northern portion, where we're renting spaces in the building on the close right, and we're looking to the northwest. We're in an industrial park at 149th and Botts Road. Everything that takes place out there will not be impacted by our operations. This is the industrial use on the north side of 149th Street. This is looking at our building that is finished now. This is a view from our eastern boundary looking to the east at yet another industrial building that's going to be constructed. That's on the east side of Botts Road. And again, we're proposing a mostly light industrial use with some general industrial in an industrial park. Skymark Refuelers is one of those little known companies that does great things, and we are moving to Kansas City, Missouri. We are the leading producer of high quality aircraft refueling vehicles. If you've ever looked out your window on an airplane when you've been delayed by takeoff, you've seen these trucks. They're likely made here. We provide the equipment that's in service around the world, and we are moving from Kansas City, Kansas, where we simply are out of space, bringing all of those jobs to Kansas City, Missouri. This is what we build. These are our happy employees that are looking forward to moving to this brand new state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Kansas City, Missouri. We provide trucks to the military as well as to anybody else that needs tanker trucks for almost any purpose. Our tenant finish permits are being reviewed by the city right now. And subject to your approval, today, we hope to be pulling our tenant finish permit to move forward with our lease and building out this space. There are 3 conditions that were placed upon us by the Planning Commission. Really, they're more developer versus tenant conditions. One of them was that we certified that the landscaping is in place. That certification has been provided to city staff. Conditions number 2 and 3 deal with technical issues related to having sufficient water, fire protection and water flow. And those, of course, must be satisfied in order to get a building certificate of occupancy. So we agree with the 3 conditions, noting that condition number 1 is satisfied. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have and do request your approval today.
Thank you, Mr. March. Looks like a nice proposal for the city, and I've also seen many fuel trucks like those out at airports throughout the country.
Now you can think of Kansas City every time you see one.
Yes, sir. Committee members, anyone have any questions for Mr. March or Mr. Dubois? Mr. March, how many employees do you think this will be there once it's going?
Between 50 and 90 employees when it's all said and done.
That's great. Thank you. Anyone in the audience who would like to make comments on this? When raising their hands?
No one is raising their hand on Zoom.
Thank you. All right, well, sounds pretty straightforward. Board members, do I have a motion or any other comments or questions for Mr. March?
I'd offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 40, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
Perfect. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Ms. Moran. And chair votes with the motion. This passes. Good luck with your project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good day.
All right, our next case is docket number 4, case number 93, with an address of 6800 Northwest 79th Terrace. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Tillman should be online.
Alan Tillman has raised their hand.
Okay. Oh, Tom is? Okay.
And they have been connected.
Thank you.
Alan, please unmute yourself and turn on your camera so the chair can swear you in.
Hi.
See him. Okay,
You're connected.
thank you. Will
Hi.
you, hi there. Will you raise your right hand to be sworn in? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this meeting today.
I do.
State your name for the court reporter, please.
Alan Tillman.
Thank you. 1 second here. Alan, or Mr. Tillman, there are a number of exhibits associated with your case. They are on page. See him yet.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Is Mr. Stiller recusing himself from this case?
Yes, he's recusing on this case as well. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I hadn't heard that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll do that in just a second. Mr. Tillman, we only have 4 people to hear your case today. That means you need to have a unanimous decision. Should we proceed on, or would you rather wait till we have 5 people?
We'd like to go ahead and proceed.
All right, good. And I'm not quite there. There are a number of exhibits that are associated with your case. They're usually labeled 1 to 9. Ms. Najma, did you have those on your report? I don't see them readily. They're pretty standard conditions, Mr. Tillman.
You need to listen.
Things like PowerPoint presentation, things like that. Would you have any objection to us admitting those exhibits for your hearing today?
No, not at all. I haven't seen them, but
All right, that's good. Those are admitted. And let's see here. Part of the exhibits will be a staff presentation by Ms. Mohammed, Najma Mohammed. Najma, go ahead and tell us about the case today, please.
Hey, good morning. My apologies if those exhibits weren't attached for whatever reason. Regardless, before us, we have docket item number 11, CDSUP 2021-93, or docket item number 4. The location is 6800 Northwest 79th Terrace. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit for a short-term rental home that has been operating in STR. They must receive a special use permit for this short-term rental in order to continue operation because they are in an R7.5. With proof of operation, they can, prior to the passage of the ordinance for short-term rentals and the approval of the Board of Zoning Adjustments to provide them with a special use permit, they can continue operations. The applicant received a courtesy letter in 2019 to come into compliance, and they responded to city staff in the later part of 2021. All things considered, there was a shutdown in the world, so they're all of the things that come with that. However, since then, we've worked with the homeowners more so in making sure they got things together. And the previous attorney on the case, Lexi Nguyen, and now they have, after the City Plan Commission meeting, they felt comfortable working with Alan Tillman as he'll be the property manager for this particular special use permit moving forward, should they be approved. That was a mouthful. A lot has happened. But we'll get there. The subject site is located in the northern area, Little Blue Valley area of the city. This is an overview of the subject site. I want to iterate that there has not been any code cases in relation to this, their operation of short-term rental. Either it's been off and on since their proof of operation prior to 2018. So part of the approval process for the special use permit for a short-term rental requires them to provide satisfactory evidence to city staff in order for us to see that they have been in operation prior to the passage of the ordinance. The City Plan Commission found that the notarized letters from prior stays were sufficient for them to show proof of operation. That should be attached in the staff report and the receipts received, as they weren't operating on a formal short-term rental website like Airbnb, Vrbo, or the like. However, they do intend to do that moving forward, and Mr. Tillman can give more insight on what that will look like. These are the qualifications for the special use permit. As I said before, the applicant has been operating out of compliance. However, again, there was some communication barriers throughout the process. And again, the world shut down as well. So giving light to that. However, in light of all of that, there hasn't been no code cases. There are no pending code cases. They have done their best to come into compliance up to this point. At that, the City Plan Commission recommends approval with the standards conditions for short-term rental for them to be permitted with the special use permit for a period of 3 years. At that date, they will go through this process again to renew it. And upon receiving the special use permit, they agree to the annual renewal process that Mr. Tillman is familiar with in order to keep their registration approval up to date. That concludes my staff presentation. It's nice to talk to you all in person. It's different.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tillman, why should we, before I ask Mr. Tillman, is there anyone in the audience is either opposed or supporting this request for variance? Please raise your hand to be promoted.
No one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Thank you. Mr. Tillman, why should we approve your request today?
And I wanted to start off and apologize. It got to be quite a bit of a mess. I've only come on in the last couple of months and worked with Ms. Mohammed. She's been very helpful in getting things lined up. As far as kind of the ordinance is set and everything. They were in operation prior to 2018. Moving forward, one of the things the CPC liked about our management is we allow no parties. We use noise monitors, cameras. It's absolutely zero tolerance. Our main concern is to provide a safe place both for the guests and the neighbors, keep the property up, maintained, looking nice. And really, that's where it boils down to. There was just a lot of confusion with the owners, kind of what the process was, people getting involved that didn't necessarily know what they were doing. Ms. Mohammed, again, has been very helpful in bringing all this together. If there's any specific questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. I think as it sits, it covers all of the necessary requirements to receive the permit.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Ms. Mohammed, did we receive any negative letters to not approve this?
No, the applicant did their part originally because they wanted to apply for a regular permit, so they had to send out mail notice. And then as a part of the special use permit process, city staff sends out notice as well. And from that communication, we haven't received any feedback from the public about this particular short-term rental.
Thank you, Ms. Mohammed.
You're welcome.
Committee members, do you have any questions for staff or the applicant?
I have one. Mr. Tillman, are there other short-term rentals nearby this property?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing no other comments and no objections in the listening audience, I'd entertain a motion.
In case number 93, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your project is approved. Thank you very much, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you.
Find it. I jumped to docket 6.
Did we get a revised staff report? I also don't have case number 5 in my not bookmarked at least. Docket number 5.
Docket number 5, case number 41. I don't see it, at least initially.
Staff report, you don't see it?
I don't see in staff reports, at least the one I got the other day. Do you have it? Cases.
They didn't get one. They said they applicant requested dismissal.
Oh, that's.
Oh,
If you
it says denial here. It didn't say dismissal.
Yeah, they told me that after the docket went out.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what. I don't know if we want to call the case and dismiss it. I
Yeah.
thought that was on. the
Yeah, we
docket.
did.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm calling docket number 5, case number 41 with an address of 716 West 44th Terrace. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
Since the applicant requested dismissal, we do not anticipate them to be here today.
Great. Do we have a reason for the dismissal or just the applicant wants it dismissed?
The applicant wants it dismissed after the recommendation of denial from City Planning Commission and the opposition from the surrounding neighborhood.
Thank you.
If you still want to see that information. I can
No,
provide it.
I'm good. Thank you. So committee members, I have they want to have this dismissed. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So in case number 41, motion for dismissal, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. This matter is dismissed. We're calling the next case, docket number 6, case number 38 with an address of 4412 Terrace Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand? See that? Well, that's.
One has
CPC's
raised their
recommendation.
hand. Jared,
I do not see them in the attendees list as well. Should be looking for a Ted or Theodore Anderson.
Ted Anderson, if you are online, please raise your hand on Zoom so we can promote you.
We could go to my next case as well.
Docket items number 8 and 9, we also need to take up after lunch because that staff planner is in a training right now.
Okay.
So docket item number 12 can be called next.
So we're going to pause docket number 6. Is that what I hear you saying, Jared?
Yeah.
Sorry, so docket number 12. And after that, we'll do a break. Is that okay, mixed doors? I know that. So let's call docket number 12, case number 100 with an address of 4200 Bell Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? Like Travis Wilson.
They have raised their hand. Travis Wilson, you need to accept the promotion. And they are connected.
You. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please identify yourself to the court reporter.
Sure. Travis Wilson, owner of Veritas Architecture and Design, 707 North 6th Street in Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you, sir. There are a number of administrative exhibits we have to admit for your case today. They are located on page 6 of the report. They're labeled 1 to 9. These are standard administrative exhibits. Do you have any opposition to us admitting those today?
I do not.
Thank you. Those will be admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Clemens. Go ahead, Jared, when you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bear with me 1 second while I share my screen. Okay, before us, we have docket item number 11. This is case number CDBZA 2022-00-100, located at 4200 Bell Street, zoning district R-5. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of several variances to allow for the subject property, which currently contains 2 residential structures, to be split. So this is the location of the subject site. It's within the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's on the southwest corner of Bell Street and West 42nd Street. You can see the 2 residential structures on the single lot there. And also to the west, you can see where there was a similar situation that was remedied at some point in the past. That's the extent of my knowledge about those properties. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant with measurements overlaid, showing how they intend to split it. They intend to split it in order to keep the accessory structure within the southern property and the northern property split in order to allow for the access to the accessory structure. So there are, as mentioned, a number of variances, so I'll go through those. I have them grouped based on the structure they're associated with. So the first 3, I believe, are associated with the northern lot. And then the rest are on the southern lot, with the last few being in relation to the accessory structure. So the first variance is for the northern lot's width. It is a 17-foot variance. That is a mistake there where it says square feet. It's just linear feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. Variance B, it's the northern lot area. That is for 2,456 square feet. Substantial changes to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, given that these structures are existing. The difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. C is for the northern lot's front setback. It's for 2 feet and 11 inches. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. Okay, now we're on to the southern lot. Similar 3 variances to start off with. The first is a lot width. It's for 23 feet and 0.875 inches. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. This is variance E. It's for the southern lots area. It's 1,802 square feet. Substantial change is not anticipated. Or could the difficulty be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance? F is for the northern, this should say southern lots front setback. 7 feet and 2 inches. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. G, variance G, is the northern side of the accessory structures side setback. So that's for 8 inches. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design to the proposed lot lines as they are split. Variance H is the accessory structure south side setback variance, and that is for 18 inches. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance, as this lot line is not changing. I'm going to go back to the site plan so that those variances are visible to you all. So there's the front setback for both properties and the lot area and lot width, which isn't marked on this, and the both side setbacks for the accessory structure you can see visible on the screen there. So that's with that, I will conclude my presentation and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Mr. Wilson, why should we approve your case today?
Yeah, so just a little bit of context here. So these are 2 existing homes plus an accessory unit, which is the garage. They exist on the site and have for decades, I guess. It's not clear, at least to me, and maybe Jared has more information, but it's not clear as to how this kind of happened. As you guys know, we aren't really allowed to have 2 independent single-family homes on one lot. Our client is just wanting to purchase these buildings and I believe use them as rental properties. And so this kind of came up whenever they were doing their due diligence and working with the bank to get the secure financing, and the bank would not allow them to purchase the properties because they were existing, basically not in compliance. And so they asked us to work with the city to split these lots up and get them to a reasonable amount of compliance as possible. So, our request here is really just trying to clean up something that was somehow done incorrectly down the road before. So all these variances really represent no new work. It just represents requests so that what is there now can be made more legal than what it is currently, since they share one lot. As Jared said, most of these things are there. I mean, it's not going to have any impact on the property. Nothing's going to look differently. And most of these, there's not really another way to deal with these issues other than like to pick up and move the home, or I guess you could demolish one of the houses. That would be the other option.
Thank you. Any members, or by the way, anyone in the audience is either opposed or supporting of this request, please raise your hand to be promoted.
No one has raised their hand via Zoom.
Thank you. Committee members, do I have any questions for Mr. Wilson?
I just want to clarify. So I'm looking at the site plan. It looks like it's 50 feet overall with property line to property line. So the intent is to get it to the 225 foot and kind of that requirement.
The overall requirement is 50, but I believe they're not quite splitting it in half. Yeah, one is a little bit wider. The northern property is 28 feet. The other is 21 feet.
Do we have any 21 foot lots in Kansas? I know 25 is a very standard lot width throughout some of the older parts of the city. Are there other areas that have smaller than that?
I'm not sure.
I'll say that we are open to that boundary of where that split happens. The reason it happens where it happens is because we were looking at the overall square footage of the lots. And so initially, we didn't really know the best way to go about, doing this split and if we would need to rezone. So right now it's zoned as R5, which of course is, 5,000 square feet per unit. And so what we did is we split it up so that each of the lots would have a square footage of at least 2,500. So that ostensibly, if we needed to rezone to R2.5, we would be in compliance with that. So the reason the northern lot is set at 28 feet is because that yields a resulting square footage of that lot of just over 2,500 square feet. That being said, if we want to change that to, if the city would prefer that to be 2,500 foot or 25-foot wide lots, I don't see any reason with that. It's just a different way of trying to comply with a different requirement.
All right, thank you.
I have a question for staff. How are we handling the parking requirement for the new lots?
Believe that there is one space required, but I think that it should be exempted given the age of the structure.
Correct.
So,
Okay. Question for the applicant. I understand the drive to sort of get the areas similar lot to lot, but why did you choose to make the northern lot short as opposed to making the lots more closely equal in width and have an easement go over to access that accessory structure?
I mean, yeah, I think there's a lot of ways that you could kind of split this up. To us, it seemed cleaner. I mean, we're already going to take this one parcel and make it two parcels. And so instead of having to make it two parcels plus have an easement going across one of the parcels to access something that's on the other parcel, it felt like, we're splitting them anyway. Why would we just not, extend the property line up there and avoid the messiness of having to have an easement across a separate piece of property?
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Another question for city staff, maybe, I guess, is there, back to the width versus the area, is there one that we see more prevalent as an issue when we have other variances coming through? I know the lot width has been a very kind of before us. I'm a little concerned about going below a 25-foot width, but does that cause other issues then with that square footage? Or is that just another variance in the future if something else were to happen on that site?
so the square footage requirement is probably less familiar to the board because there's an exemption in the code that allows you to build a detached home regardless of square footage of a lot in the zoning district. So rarely do we need those variances unless it's a density variance for a multi-unit structure, or in this case, while there's that exemption that allows you to build, these are existing structures and these variances are to allow for a minor subdivision. And so the minor subdivision process will not allow you to create lots that are non-conforming, whether or not there's an exemption that allow it's a kind of a whole thing. But I think the lot width, to answer your question, is probably more important than the lot area concerns.
Any other questions or comments or even a motion?
I guess I'd be curious what you all think about the width, or the kind of 21-foot lot.
The only concern I would have to deviate from what they've done would the property lines pretty well centered between the two buildings, given that they're existing. I would lean more to making the sacrifice to keeping an equal distance the property line from each building and go with a little bit of a asymmetrical frontage. Width.
I guess I'm trying to think of, I don't know that these will be torn down, but I'm trying to think of the proofing of that too. Does that cause issues? Or lots? I mean, I'm hoping these will stay, so it's a non. For my mind.
Understood, but this is the application
Yep.
before us.
Yep.
I think that those are valid questions. I think, from our standpoint and just, as an architect that does, a fair amount of infill work within the city. A 21-foot lot width is tricky if this building were to be torn down and a new lot or a new home were to be built on it. Just based on the side setbacks and code requirements and such. There is some difficulty there. I think, if based on what Jared said earlier about, the width requirement being more of a standardized element than the square footage based on zoning, we would be fine with switching it and making it 25-foot wide each. I would just ask that we try to, if we can do that administratively here, as opposed to trying to get a continuance. We're anxious to be able to get this thing resolved. So if we can agree to that amendment and move forward, then that would be fine with us.
So board, do I hear that we would rather have the 25-foot? I didn't hear what he said.
You'd be open if that's something
Yeah.
that we would want to
Right.
explore.
In the context of a continuance.
No, if we
Okay.
could do this administratively as part of our approval, that we had voted as separate lot widths. They would change one of the variance requirements then.
Just to fully reiterate what I believe the applicant just said, they would like this to be decided upon today, regardless of if we change the lot width or not. So we'll just have to change our math, do a little quick calculating.
Thank you. That's right.
I drive down Bell from 39th to Westport Road. Not often, but there are a lot of small homes in that area. And I don't recall seeing this one in particular, but I do recall seeing a lot of smaller homes in that area. So I don't really have a problem whether it's 21 or 25, but if it's 25, does it look more symmetrical from the street side? Stiller?
Nothing will change visually.
They're planning to keep it. I guess I was trying to figure out in future proofing, if you will, what that would
Right.
do to lots if something were to change.
It sounds like he doesn't, Mr. Wilson, I think is now, I've forgotten his name. Sorry, 1 second. Wilson. It sounds like Mr. Wilson doesn't really have a problem one way or the other. So architects among us say maybe 25.
Yeah, I mean, the one lot is on the corner, right? So the symmetry or the balance is already is off regardless. Just because one of them is a corner lot, which is fine. It's another reason for that lot to be a little bit wider perhaps. But at the same time, I think you could split it either way. You're right. I mean, these are probably two of the more narrow homes. I mean, the homes on that lot are on that street are pretty small. These two are probably more of the narrow ones, probably because of this scenario. But yeah, nothing's going to change different visually at this point in time. It is a matter of down the road, if one of these homes were demolished, what would be put back?
Up here, I have a question for Wilson. South or north, the property, either one of them worth more than the other? Is that maybe the land, given more land and help that one better than the south?
I mean, we are proposing more land to the south because it has the drive and the accessory garage unit or garage structure there. So, yes.
I'm happy to look at it at the 25, just as long as we can be sure that we're not putting a property line within the footprint of the building.
It's what I was.
I have that sketched up on my screen that I could share. I just made that quick change while we were talking on the phone here.
Go ahead and share your screen.
This will be an exhibit, right?
I'll admit this as an exhibit to your case, and you need to send that to us when you're done today.
Will do. This is just the raw Revit file, but here we've changed this property line to 25 feet. Because of the weird geometry, it's 24 foot 10 5/8 on the south side, but we would anticipate, we're going to draw this at 25 feet. It's just trapezoidal, and that gives us about 1.5 feet from the property line of the 4200 Bell Street home, and about 6.5 feet from the south home.
What was that? The north dimension? The north building to the south line?
18 inches.
Yeah, it's about 18 inches.
And just of an existing house, so I guess that wouldn't put it in a position where the code would now require some rated construction.
Yes, I mean, that's kind of part of the conversation as well. I don't know if Jared has any other insight on that or not, but we spoke to, the codes department on that also. It should be 5 feet away, ideally, for them to not be rated. And then within 3 feet, it needs to be rated, and you lose some windows if you get closer than that. So there is that question as well, and what the right call is. Right now, the homes, from face to face of the home is about 8 feet. So the previous proposal at 28 feet split that closer to the middle. And so you had each of the homes about 4 feet away from the property line. So it was better from that standpoint. You could also argue that here with this standpoint, one of them is in compliance completely as being 6 feet away, and the other one is not in compliance, whereas the other way, both of them are non-compliant if they're 4.5 feet away or 4 feet away.
That's largely, to bring it up so you don't get painted into a corner.
Right. I mean, from our standpoint, the northern home is easier because there's very few windows on the south face of it. The southern home has a lot of windows on the northern face. So pushing the property line away from the northern face makes sense. But again, we're talking about, nothing materially changing here. At this point, I guess, down the road, maybe it's different, but.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
What else? Any members, what say you on this? Mr. Clemens, do we need to modify if we go with this 25 foot? Modify some of these conditions, variances conditions?
We will have to modify the square footage variances as well as the lot width variances. And depending on how close the interior property line is to either structure, depending on what you go with, you might need a side setback variance as well. Side setback is calculated based on 10% of lot width. So 2.5 feet if you go with the 25. I don't know the math for the other part.
Right. So is that something we do, or do we grant this administratively and then let the city work that out on the 25 foot?
I think we've got to quantify it. Otherwise we don't, can we just
Pause and have the real numbers for
postpone this?
the motion.
Maybe pick it up after the break?
Yeah.
So just to confirm, what they need to calculate. Is that the motion you want to make is the 25 feet, or do you want to just go with what they submitted?
I'm concerned setting precedent for 21 foot
Right.
lots at 25 is more standard throughout the city. So
Sure.
personally, I just feel more comfortable if that was kind of closer to the standard.
Yes.
Yes. So we could table this. we're up against a break with the city and us. So maybe come back after the break. Does that give you enough time, Mr. Clemens, to do that?
Sure. Yeah, I'll work with Mr. Wilson if he wants to email me the site plan that he came up with and hopefully include the area changes as well.
I can do that.
So we're up against a break and 15-minute break for city and board members. So we'll be back at 15, that'd be 10:55. 10:50. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who are we missing? Nobody. You found iPhone charger. Are you ready to come back? Thank you. I apologize, Jared, for calling you.
It's okay. Everyone does it.
I apologize. Sorry. Okay. We're coming back live and we're going to continue with the comments on case number 100 at the address of 4200 Bell Street. Jared, do you have some more calculations for us?
I do have the revised calculations. If Mr. Wilson would share the site plan, it takes a lot to get it onto this computer. So if you could just do that, it'd be easier as I read through these variances, and I'll list them slowly and try to be clear about it. So the first variance will be for the northern lot. This is going to be variance A, is a 20-foot variance to allow for a 25-foot lot width. The front setback, as I read earlier, remains the same. That variance B, 2 feet and 11 inches. Variance C is the revised lot area for the northern lot. That's to allow for a 2,270 square foot lot. And then a new variance for variance D is necessary for the southern side setback of the northern lot. That's to allow for a setback of 1 foot and 6 1/8 inches. The southern property requires 4 variances as well. Variance E is for a lot width of 24 feet and 10 5/8 inches. The same front setback as prior for 7 feet and 2 inches. A lot area variance to allow for a lot that is 3,468 square feet. And the accessory structure to the south is still needing an 18-inch side setback variance to allow for 0 setback there. Those are the variances, A through H.
And would that new site plan be exhibit number 10, I believe?
I believe it would.
Great. So board members, you might reference exhibit 10 in terms of the variances as well.
A motion.
Yes, Ms. Mixdorf.
Case number 100, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the revised variances A through H, exhibit 10 and staff.
I have a good motion and I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The chair votes with the motion. Your variances have been approved in accordance with the new revised site plan. Thank you. Good luck with your project.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Are we jumping to docket number 13? For you?
I believe so.
Okay, great.
I don't
Okay.
see our, yeah, there's Steve.
Okay.
Steve Warger's raising his hand, and my applicant from the one we held is still not here, so I'll work on contacting them while this case is up.
All right, so we're jumping to case docket number 13, case number 92 with an address of 7,000 Cleveland Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I don't know who, okay.
Steve Warger has been connected.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name again?
Steve Warger.
Okay, thank you. will you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do, Steve Warger.
Thank you. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9 and on page 3 of your staff report. Do you have any problem with us admitting those to the hearing today?
No.
Great. Part of that is a presentation by Najma on your case. Najma, will you tell us all about this case today? Thank you.
Yes. Good morning again. Before us, we have docket item number 13, case CD BZA 92. This is located at 7,000 Cleveland Avenue in a R1.5 zone. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the lot and building standards to allow for a greater number of units in a multi-unit building. The subject site is located in the Swope area of the city.
Najma, you're not sharing your screen.
Oh, this
Zoom.
is fun. This is great. A moment, sorry.
To note, since
I think you did that after a presentation.
That means maybe I wasn't sharing it the last time either. Sorry to everyone on the Zoom.
Najma, before you begin, let me ask Steve. Steve, do you have any problem with us, you hearing the case with just 4 board members? We had to
No,
have
sir.
one recusal.
No, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, Najma. Go ahead.
You're welcome. This is the slide you missed. This is the location of the subject site in the city. This is an overview of the subject site, the second multi-unit building, a part of this complex. The variance is to the minimum lot area per unit, a deviation of 185 square feet to allow for an 18-unit residential building is being requested. There does not appear to be a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood, as they aren't changing the outside of the building, only the inside, and maybe increasing it by 1 parking space. And the applicant is not proposing any changes that would require an obviation to the need of this variance, other than maybe a design change in the interior of the building. So the required minimum lot area is 27,000 square feet to accommodate an 18-unit multi-unit structure. The proposed lot area, or the existing lot area, is 26,815 square feet with a variance in the amount of 185 square feet, as mentioned before. This is just an overview of what the interior of the building's units will look like. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Sir, why should we approve your case today?
The project here is putting an addition within the current boundaries of the building as it sits now. The 185 square feet in lot difference represents less than 0.5% of the square footage required that we are short. So it's 185 out of 27,000. So we're just barely short on that one. The exterior of the building will not change. And in fact, there would be no way we could get more dense without a rezoning. And because of the limitations of setbacks and all, that building would never change. So this would be a basically, if you will, a final as far as what we could have for units. The parking is met. There's no problems with the parking. If you look to the south of this building, there's another building just like it that just happens to be on a lot that is like 28,000 instead of 27,000. So it all fits within the look of the area. Again, the exterior of the building's not being changed. So we feel that the 185 square foot variance is, as requested, is maybe not in compliance, but is not a detriment to the area.
All right, thank you.
That's it.
Scrolling through the staff report here. Do we have anyone in the audience that's either for or against this project today? Please raise your hand if someone's out there.
No one is raising their hand on Zoom.
Thank you. Board members, do we have any questions for the applicant?
I had one. So are these units currently occupied?
Yes, except for the new studio apartment, yes, that we're gonna build.
Oh. Okay, any other? I'll entertain a motion if you have no other comments on this one. That's very straightforward.
In case number 92, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and second from Mixdorf and Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Maggie. And opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. Your project is approved. Good luck, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To those in the audience, we had to bypass a few cases because the presenter isn't training. They'll be back at lunch, so we'll go back to some of the cases we missed earlier. But in the meantime, we're now on docket number 14, case number 141 with an address of 4241 Charlotte Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Todd has raised their hand. And they have been connected. Please unmute your mic and turn on your camera for the chair to swear you in.
Hello.
Hi there, there you go. Will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Can you state your name for the court reporter, please?
Todd Crippen.
Thank you, Mr. Crippen. As part of your case today, there are 9 administrative exhibits. They're located on page 4 of the staff report. Do you have any problem with us admitting those for your case today, sir?
No, sir.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of those is a presentation by Ms. Mohammed Najma. And please tell us about the case today. Thank you.
I will share my screen this time. Okay, before us, we have docket item number 14, KCDBZA 114. The subject site's location is 4241 Charlotte, located in an R5. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the lot and building standards for an existing structure, as well as encroachment standards for the structure. The subject site is located in the Midtown Plaza area of the city, or directly Hyde Park. The subject site, this is an area of the subject site. As you can see, the depth of the lot is different from what you may typically see. It kind of cuts off that rear yard. This shows the deck itself. So the deck is a part of the home, so they're not expanding on the home. However, the code requires a minimum 25% of the lot depth for the rear yard, or with a max required of 30 feet. And for a deck to have be attached to the home, there must be a 20-foot setback maintained. As you all could see, the applicant cannot create the setback, and the home is already built. So they're requesting the variance not only to the rear yard setback requirement in general, but also to allow for them to have a deck. And additionally, since we have this before us, variance to the side yard setback, interior side yard setback to the south of the property. Rear yard setback is a deviation of 6.2 feet from the requirement. Of substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated as they're not changing the structure. The change in design will not obviate the need for this variance. The deck encroachment, a deviation of 9.04 feet from the requirement. Of substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and a change in design will not obviate the need for this variance. They just be removing the deck that has already been in existence since the home was built. Lastly, the side yard setback is a deviation of 1.25 from the required of 10% of the lot width. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as this is a variance to the existing structure. This is an overview of the variance. Again, based on the requirements of the code, this is what the required rear setback would be. This is what they actually have since the home is already on the property, and this is the variance request. Same for the other two. That concludes my staff presentation. I hope you all have been able to hear me. I realize I wasn't speaking toward the mic.
Thank you. Mr. Crippen, why should we approve your request today, sir?
We replaced the existing structure. It was already the same size. It was just unsafe, so we replaced it with the same dimensions with new materials to ensure that the deck was safe for people to use.
So the work's already been done, or?
Yes, the work was done. We were unaware that it encroached the other lot line. The houses are built in a way that one would assume would not encroach, but as you noticed in that aerial view, the houses were built quite a while ago. I believe the house across the street too kind of overlaps onto the lot line of the one next to it as well. I'm not sure where down the line the lot lines were adjusted, or if they were, but since it's such an old home, in the way that they are spotted next to each other, it just didn't come to our attention until someone drove by and saw and inquired.
Right. Okay. No, sure. I already asked, is anyone in the audience either for or against this project? Hands raised.
No hands have been raised
Thank you.
on Zoom.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions for the applicant? Be easy. Motions?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, in case 141, I've moved that the board grant the requested variances in accordance with staff report and site plan.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Maggie. Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. Your project is approved. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Crippen.
Thank you.
Our next case is docket number 15, case number 136 with an address of 6826 Main Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? Oh, we're live? Come on up. Sorry. I apologize. We just haven't seen live people here for a while. Thank you. I know you, yes, right there. Well, you can, that or you can sit at the table, whichever one you like. Usually people sit at the table.
Oh.
And there's a microphone in front of you. And please state your name.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Michelle Giblin.
It's okay, Miss Giblin. It's all good. We're here to help. I'm going to ask for you to raise your right hand to be sworn in. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Great. And state your name for the court reporter one more time.
I'm sorry.
State your name for the court report.
Michelle Giblin.
Thank you, sir. And what's your relationship? Good. Can I swear you in as well? That way you could speak for her as well. No worries. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
Brennan Smith.
Thank you, Brennan. Second here. Mr. Smith and Miss Giblin, there are 10 administrative exhibits located on page 3 of the staff report that are associated with your case today. Can we admit those for the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by staff. And if that's okay with you, we'll go ahead and continue with that. Thank you.
Sure thing. One moment while I share my screen.
Sure.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Jared Clemens, by the way. Thank you.
Jared Clemens presenting. Before us, we have docket item number 15, case number CDBZA 2022-00136, located at 6826 Main Street, zoning district R-6. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of a variance to siding requirements for an existing pool, as well as a special exception for said pool. This is the location of the subject site. More specifically, it's northwest of the intersection of Main Street and East 68th Terrace. You can see the pool and the fence there on the site plan. This is an image of the fencing materials, since that's included in the special exception standards. Here's another view of the property. So this is a site plan for the subject site. You can see the pool there and the 6-foot fence surrounding it. A 4-foot fence is required by code. This is a special exception of 2 feet. The home is oriented towards Main Street. However, the zoning and development code does define the front yard as that being the narrower of the 2 property lines in the case of a corner lot. So technically, this pool is in the front yard, even though it does appear to be in the side yard when you see where the front door is. So this is the case factors for the variance. It's a complete deviation technically of the pool siting standards. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated as the structure is existing. The difficulty could not be obviated by a change in design. This is the special exception request. It's a 2-foot special exception request to the fencing limitation of 4 feet in the front yard for an existing 6-foot fence. These are the special exception criteria. I'll let you read through those yourself. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Jared. Mr. Smith or Ms. Giblin, why should we approve your request today?
This is her words.
Sure.
I hope you realize all this was done very innocently. I was newly divorced with the children I moved in with 2 dogs. I spoke with my neighbor at the time for permission to hook into his fence, duplicate it, then extend it around to my side yard. I was totally unaware of the code and also even admitted needed a permit. My 2 sons and I got to work digging post holes and lining up the fence. We did check for utilities. All along, I have thought that your yard was your yard and you could do pretty much anything you wanted. Fences, shrubs, walkways, pools, patios, and so on. If you drive anywhere in Kansas City and take a gander, pretty close to every other house in the corner has a 6-foot. They are all around me, even directly across the street from me. My pool, again, pure innocence. I called an insurance company, talked with someone, and sadly I've forgotten who gave me a measurement. Whatever was given to me, either I misunderstood my property line or I was told something incorrect. I just remember being so excited that a pool would fit within the guidelines, within my guidelines. My mother had passed away, and both her and I had a passion for our own pools. She never got hers, but I was able to get mine with the money she left me. A number of my neighbors have enjoyed the pool. I welcome anyone to cool off on a hot day. I have been complimented many times over for my yard and my pool. I have never heard one negative thing about my fence or my pool.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. There was as part of your exhibits today, there was a number of names that were on a petition that signed this in support of your fence and pool. I know that I know this is notarized, but I need to ask you or Mr. Smith, did you witness each signature?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Because
I took them all.
thank you for that testimony. So that's admitted to as the approximately 30 names of support for this, or actually more than that. And how old is the fence? When did you put up the fence? About how long ago?
2006, 2007,
Okay.
something like that.
And same,
After we moved in.
great. And same for the pool, sir? When did the pool go in?
No, the pool
7
has
years. I
been
think.
there for 7 to 8 years.
Right. Okay. And up until this time, there was no reason to think of any.
Nobody had ever said anything.
Right.
Like, no.
Right.
Noises, like nothing even about, my kids, my nephews, noises.
Sure.
And my one neighbor that lives across and another
Uh-huh.
next
Right.
door. I think Joey is listening
Uh-huh.
and the fence goes between me and him.
Right.
So if you want to ask him, I don't know how this works.
We'll ask for if anyone's in the audience in just a minute, but I
Oh,
want to get a few questions answered myself. Do we have anyone in the audience that's either supporting or opposing this request for variance? Please raise your hand. Oh, wow. And lady, I can't see. Are you support or against? Okay, well, are you against? Everyone's in support? Let's see how she does. Oh, you're opposed? Okay, we'll let you get up in front of the microphone, the podium in just a minute. And if anyone's in opposition, go ahead and do that. Let's see here. Committee members, do you have any questions before I ask the opposition to come forward?
I was just curious, is this like a 311 case or how did this come about?
I believe there was a complaint.
Thank you. All right, let's hear from the opposition. If you want to come up and come from the podium for a minute, that'd be great. Hi there. Would you mind raising your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
State your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Bradley Diekman. And
Bradley, what's the last name?
Diekman.
Could you spell the last name?
Yes, it's Diekmann.
Thank you, sir. And go ahead and give us your testimony today.
I'm the representative of the Armor Hills Homes Association. I'm the property manager for that association. This is on behalf of the board. Dear members of the BZA, the Armor Hills Homes Association is opposed to the granting of case number 136, variance and special exception for the property, which is located in Armor Hills. Position of the Armor Hills Home Association is the granting of the special exception and variance will adversely affect the appearance and safety of the neighborhood and adjacent properties. The Armor Hills Home Association has consistently opposed variances and special exceptions for fences above 48 inches high on corner lots for the above reasons. And then it's just further code exceptions for safety and on corner lots. And the most recent example in the neighborhood, there's a case number in 2020, case number 24, that was denied for a similar circumstance for being above 48 inches. The fact that a non-conforming project has been commenced or completed should not be used as ground insufficient cause to grant the exception, given the negative precedent sets in the neighborhood. And that is all from Armor Hills.
Okay. And do you live near the resident? Are you in Armor Hills?
No, I'm just I guess a property manager of the community, on representative of the community itself.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
I do have a quick question, if you would. One of the comments you made was that the existence of the pool and the fence would adversely affect safety in the neighborhood. Could you give me a little more? I'm not clear on how it does that.
On the corner lot, just for sight lines, just seeing down the street and just being able to just see far enough to have ample space for driving in the community. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And do we have another, do you have any other testimony, sir?
I do not.
Okay, thank you for coming before us. Anyone else back there? I can't see. Want to come up and tell us why you want to support it? Or are you against? Don't be shy. We won't bite. And I'm going to have you raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Marlis Waters.
Say it again.
Marlis Waters.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. And what would you like to tell us about the case today?
I would just like to tell you that Michelle is a person who was born in Kansas City. She's never lived very far, like a few blocks from wherever she lives now. I met her, she lived on Main Street, just farther south. She lived a little bit farther north for a while. She's raised her children there. She has built just a wonderful family place. And when I think about what people are talking about, how we need to nurture community and family, that's exactly what she's done. I never feel more at home than when I'm at her place and in her backyard. I feel safe. This is just a rather bizarre occurrence where it seems like someone has taken offense personally and decided to make it into a huge ordeal.
Right.
That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. Do you have another supporting person in the audience who'd like to come up and say something?
Mr. Carr will take your testimony after the members in person.
Thank you. Raise your right hand to be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today.
I do.
And your name for the court reporter?
Mary Jo Saviano.
Thank you, Ms. Saviano. And what would you like to say?
I would like to say that Michelle is my sister, and I too grew up in that neighborhood. We know more people than we don't know. And she has polled her neighbors and asked them if this is in any way offensive to them. Also, I think it's kind of stretching it when you drive around 6 blocks and you see 10 fences on corner lots. And it's like, so why her? And I just know that she never intended any disruption or harm to anyone. The fence was just because she had children and grandchildren that would be playing in that yard, and she wanted to keep them safe. There's no ill will as far as somebody saying something to her at all.
Right.
So I think that she should be exonerated. I don't know what word to use. And given the go ahead on this, she deserves it. And so does the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saviano. We have someone in the audience, Mr. Carr. Will you turn on your camera? It looks like it's already on. Second. Let me get you sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
Joseph Carr.
Great. And what would you like to say about this case today, sir?
I own the house at 14 West 68th Terrace and share the property line with the entire fence. It is a continuation of my fence, and it extends from her backyard into the side yard towards 68th Terrace. I'm fully in support of her having this fence. When I bought my house, the fence was there and we liked it. It was actually one of the appealing things to us because we have a very large front yard, maybe one of the biggest front yards in the neighborhood. We have no trees. And so it gives my children a fence to play on against in the very front yard. And we love it. And honestly, in the idea of security and privacy, it gives us more security, more privacy than had it not been there. The idea that you can see over a 4-foot fence higher than a 6-foot fence when you're either necessarily walking or driving down 68 Terrace in this section of Armor Hills is not true because it's a very short street and the average car, due to parking on both sides, there's only one way to get through, and seeing around that corner objectively isn't going to help you there. And that's basically what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. And we had one other person live who wanted to come up and say something, and then we've got a few questions and then that'll be it. Hi there, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
Renee Daniels.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels. And what would you like to say?
I've lived in Armor Hills since 1989, so I've been there longer than Michelle has. And I have always appreciated her pool. She's very generous with the use of the neighborhood, welcomes them in on those hot days. And with regard to the fence and vision, I have walked that area, biked that area, driven in that area, and I have never once considered that fence to be any visual obstacle. And as was mentioned earlier by a couple of people, there are tall fences throughout that neighborhood. So I am here in full support of my good neighbor, Michelle Giblin. And I wish I could just go on and on, but in the interest of time, I won't, other than to say, the pool's really fun. Don't take that away. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels. All right. Board members, any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
I kind of wonder why the HOA took so long to file and to bring this up. I mean, it's history. It's already done. And the complaint should have been done a long time ago. I mean, sounds like it's to be.
This seem a little bit vindictive. But the Homes Association is the Homes Association. They've come before us before, Mr. Gorens, pre-COVID, and they had sometimes they have issues with expansion, and I understand what they're trying to do. There's a pool right by me that we granted a variance for not too long ago. And they also have a corner lot with a fence in their side yard, which is really their corner, front yard, according to the code. And that was granted. Not that that matters to you, but that was a new application, not one that's been around for a long time. So All right, board members, any comments or further questions or motion?
Just to confirm, Jared, so the only reason this is really before us is because it's the front yard. If it wasn't a corner lot, it would be a non-issue.
Correct. Good. That's what I thought too. Thoughts? Questions? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mixtor. What is your motion today?
In case number 136, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion and Mr. Gorence is a second. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, chair votes with the motion. You're granted.
Thank you.
Enjoy your pool.
If
A few days are left.
We would do it this weekend. Thank you guys very much.
Sure.
Good.
Docket number 16 was continued.
17?
Yep, we're on 17. So calling docket number 17, case number 132 with an address of 700 West 44th Terrace. Will the applicant please come forward?
I'm not seeing a Jennifer Lewis in the attendees list. If you are the applicant associated with 700 West 44th Terrace, please raise your hand to be promoted. So you can speak on docket item number 17, case CD BZA 2022-132. Justin, are you familiar with any other names?
No, I'm not. I'll try to contact her. We can go on to the next one.
Okay.
Docket item number 19 then?
Hey,
Mr.
Jared,
Chair?
did you ever hear from your case, the one we continued?
I'm emailing them now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, we will take docket item number 6 at the very, very end
Okay.
to wait for their applicant to arrive. If not, then you can make a decision about what you want to do about that
So,
particular
so both
case.
that earlier case and this one will push to the end. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. The next one is docket number 19, case number 137 with an address of 1864 East 76th Terrace. Will the applicant please come forward or raise their hand?
Brian Miller?
Yeah, docket number 19, docket number 18, we continue.
If they're not online, they may have decided they would be heard much later. So let me, I don't see them in the attendees list. I may have to email them since we're moving through the docket rather quickly.
Was it 19 moved to November 8th?
No, that was docket number 18.
18.
18 was moved. That Rock Hill address was moved.
James Mitchell of docket item number 20 is online, and it is also Najma's case. If
That one?
the board is comfortable, we can move on to docket item number 20.
So we'll pause on number 19. And we were pausing on number 17, sorry. I need. So we'll call docket number 20 with an address of 6101 Ward Parkway. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
James Mitchell has been promoted and they are connected.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you raise your right hand and we'll get you sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
James Christopher Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. On your case today, there are a list of administrative exhibits, and I'm not quite there yet. Thank you, Randy. They're labeled 1 through 10 on page 3 of your staff report. Do you have any problem with us admitting those requests or those exhibits?
I do not.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And part of that is the presentation by one of city staff, Najma Muhammad, and she will present your case to us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys have to start timing me to see how long it takes me to share my screen.
It's
Hopefully I
okay.
can beat my time. Okay, good morning. Before us, we have docket item number 20, CDBGA 2022-143 at 6101 Ward Parkway, located in R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the parking and loading standards. The subject site is located in the Country Club Waldo area of the city. This is an overview or area of the subject site. It's split across 2 to 3-ish parcels, all owned by the Country Club Christian Church. This is the site plan showing how they are going to provide parking. This is, again, already in existence. If you ride down Ward Parkway, you know where this church is. They are moving some things around on site that is making some of their parking spaces no longer accessible. And so now they're requesting a variance to have less parking spaces than the required. The parking variance is to 15 spaces. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as the church is already there, and it is determined that they don't need a special use permit for their activity on the site, and a change in design may obviate the need for this variance, but it isn't necessary. The variance is for 15 spaces. The required number of parking spaces for the religious assembly use is 90 spaces. The proposed parking spaces is 75 spaces on site, though they have access to off-street parking on Ward Parkway for the purposes of their Sunday gatherings. The variance is an amount of 15 spaces. That concludes my presentation and my use of the letter S for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Najma. All right, Mr. Mitchell, tell us why we should grant your request today.
Well, I wrote a letter as part of the application. Is it all right that I read that letter unless you've already read it?
I've already read it, but if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we've read it here, sir. So if you would like to highlight some things from the letter and then we'll continue on.
Do you mind if I share my screen to sort of
No.
Okay.
And so when you share your screen, we've got to admit that as an exhibit. That'll be exhibit number 11.
Okay.
And at the end of this, if you wouldn't mind emailing that whatever you're going to share with us to Najma so she can keep
It appears to be a part of the exhibits I have.
Yes,
maybe?
I appear. Yes.
I actually made one more sort of diagram to kind of illustrate what we're trying to do here. And hopefully you can see on your screen, it's a site plan from our documents showing kind of existing conditions that we plan to remove. Can you see that?
Yes.
So I've tried to orient it in the same way that the other site plan is oriented, and I'll come back to that. Essentially, right now, the Country Club Christian Church is on Ward Parkway, and to the east of the church, we have a drive lane that goes entirely from 61st Street to 61st Terrace, and we've got about 9 parking spaces back here. There's also a fenced-in area that encloses the existing playground zone at the northeast corner. And directly to the east of this drive is a grass lot, essentially, that is fenced in where children associated with the preschool and the church in general and the neighborhood can go and play. about 3 years ago when we started planning this project, our main goal was to make a better entry experience for the everyday entry, which is currently right here. It's a little vestibule in the middle of this kind of sea of parking. This space currently feels like an alleyway in a sense. What we're trying to do with our architectural project is actually create more of a presence on 61st Street. In part and parcel with that concept, we felt it was more beneficial to the church's mission and also desire to make better connections to the neighborhood and the community was to abandon this drive, this vehicular drive, in lieu of a pedestrian set of social spaces that actually we feel will provide better connections to the neighborhood and also provide safer spaces for children to play and so on and so forth. So this plan is a result of that move. We felt that, sorry about that. We felt in our planning that the removal of those 9 or 10 spaces along that eastern edge was in better keeping with the mission of the church and their long-term goal of serving the community and just their mission, than maintaining those spaces. So what we've done is we've created larger playground areas, a community lawn, a courtyard space, and a pedestrian path so that folks in the neighborhood can walk through, ride their bikes through, whatever, and there's no impediment with vehicular traffic or anything like that. The church currently operates pretty well within the neighborhood, given that it's a 100-year-old church in a very established neighborhood, and that on their peak days, which are Sunday mornings, probably their very peak days would be Easter and Christmas, of course, that any overflow that they need from parking happens along the parking spaces along Ward Parkway and then a block or two in on the surrounding neighborhood streets. So we're asking for a variance of 15 spaces due to the hardship of just maintaining a 100-year-old church in an established neighborhood that the neighborhood actually endorses as well, as should be evident in the docket information. So that's all I have. Do you want me to stop sharing my screen?
Yes, at this time, thank you.
So we will need to admit that first image shown as Exhibit 11.
Right. Okay. They'll be sure to send that to Najma at the conclusion of the hearing today.
I will do that.
There is a drop-off area to the south of the church. Sometimes you see handicapped passenger or handicapped parishioners going in there. Is that going to be changed at all, sir?
No, the south lot, we are trying to not touch that at all and just create a pedestrian connection at that eastern edge of that south parking lot to the new courtyard spaces. We are creating a new drop-off though, off of 61st Street, closer to the new entry. So we're thinking that that actually will be beneficial as well.
And the church is not expanding to the east of the structure. It's just, you're just vacating that alleyway and those few parking spaces.
Well, we are expanding about maybe 20 feet within the buildable allowable area. And we're expanding to the east and then to the north. So we're creating a new stairwell, which will for the preschool, so that they are better served from a fire escape perspective, as well as create a little bit larger kind of entry lobby that is glazed and looks out over the courtyard and so on. The idea is that the courtyard and the new lobby feel as one space and is more of a welcoming kind of entry experience for not only the church, but also for visitors and so on.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is the playground already existing, the ones to the east of the church? Is that existing or is that proposed?
There's an existing kind of playground area right at the northeast corner. And what we're doing is relocating that playground to the east of the courtyard. And it will also be fenced in. Actually, where there are two playground areas that we're creating.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Committee, and do we have anyone in the audience that's either opposed or support of this case today? Please raise your hands.
No one appears on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Board members, have any questions for Mr. Mitchell? Good.
Well, then I would offer a motion.
Perfect.
In case number 143, that the board grant the requested variances consistent with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion and your project is approved. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yep. All right.
Mr. Chair, we're in a unique situation where the next case, it also appears that the applicant is not present, and a lunch break for the board is going to occur around 12:15. So it's really up to you about how you want to proceed. The remaining of the cases are appeals, which tend to take a little bit longer. I don't know if docket item number 22 would be resolved quickly, or Larissa, if you are available with your applicants.
I'm available. I did tell one of my applicants that one of docket number 8 would be heard after lunch. So I don't know if you would be willing to move forward with docket number 9.
Mark Murdick, I apologize for docket item number 9. They are online.
Okay, yeah. Then I feel comfortable moving forward if you are.
Good. All right, so I'm calling docket number 9, case number 133 with an address of 9819 Bellevue Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
Mark Murdick, you need to accept my promotion.
Andy. 71, thank you.
They have been connected.
Mr.
Hello.
Merck, will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
Mark Murdick. I'm with Sullivan Palmer Architects, located at 8621 Johnson Drive, Marion, Kansas.
Great, thank you. There are a list of administrative exhibits, sir, that are associated with your case. They are labeled 1 to 9 and are on page 3 of the staff report. Do you have any problem with us admitting those to your case today?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by staff. Larissa is going to present that today. And Larissa, please tell us tell us about this case.
All right, let me share my screen. Okay. All right, so this is docket item number 8, case number BZA 2022 00121. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Excuse me. I'll try that again. All right. So docket item 2022 00133 9819 Bellevue Avenue, zoned R7.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a rear yard setback of 10 foot and 1 inch, which is converted to 10.083 instead of the required 26.0 96 feet. This is the location of the site in relation to the rest of the city. Here's just an aerial of the lot. Here's the overview of the proposed plan. It's a little blurred or occupied, so it's I'll have a zoomed in version here in a minute. I did want to point out that right here along West 99th Street and along Bellevue, it's the side and front lot lines as established by the plat. So here's the up close version of the addition with the 10-foot 1-inch setback for a 3-season addition. Here's the current view from West 99th Street. So what they're requesting is a 16.88 foot deviation from the required 26.96 foot lot with, rear yard setback. There's no substantial change to the character of the neighborhood anticipated. The lot was originally platted with the front setback established along Bellevue and a side yard setback along West 99th Street. The original platting is more restricting than what the zoning and development code currently identifies as front and side yard. So therefore the difficulty cannot be obviated by a method other than a variance. Just wanted to make it clear, this is how we would measure a front yard of a corner lot nowadays. The corner lot consisting of one platted lot will be adjacent to a street on which the lot has its least dimension. So technically we would review West 99th Street as the front lot line, and that would not require the applicant to go through the variance. And then here is the lot and building standard table with the required 25% lot depth and the required rear setback and then the proposed rear setback of 10.083. And that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Larissa. Mr. Murdock, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So as alluded just now in Larissa's presentation, we are held to a more strict guidelines, both the KCMO ordinance and the original plat, which we weren't aware of the plat originally when we submitted to for our construction documents for plan review. But that's kind of what leads us here today is that since we have both these guidelines that we have to go off of both the plat and the current ordinance, we would respectfully request a variance today so that we can move forward with this 3-season addition to my client's existing dwelling on a corner lot.
Thank you, sir. Quick question. Is anyone in the audience that's either support or against this proposed variance? Please raise your hand.
No one is on Zoom.
Thank you. Trying to see here. So you want to build a 3-season room onto the house.
I can pull up the plans again if you'd like.
Has there been any opposition from neighbors regarding this addition?
We haven't received any. I don't know if Larissa has or not.
Neither is planning.
Like it's a pretty heavily wooded backyard as well between properties.
Right. Miss Larissa, could you show the picture of the home? I think it was a Google Street View, I think. You had it part of your proposal?
Yes.
I was trying,
So,
we could see the addition kind of from that street view over there. It's behind the home.
and you can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. And this is, again, from West 99th Street.
Right. So you really can't see it where it's going to go, can you? Yeah, well, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the right-hand side.
Going to extend off on the right-hand side.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Or ask for any opposition. Yeah, no one's in the audience. No one's raising their hands. Any other questions from board members? Motions, anybody?
Offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 133, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Maggie. Opposed? Hearing none, the chair votes with the motion. Your project is approved. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murdock. It's 5 after 12. Think we
We
should
can
break.
take a break.
Okay, we're going to break for 30 minutes for lunch and we'll be back at 12:35. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm glad that somebody liked it.
Where is it?
I don't know. I've never triple dipped. Never
Okay,
even
I'll
doubled
let
it. I
them
don't even know
know.
how
Thank
that's
you.
done.
Like, how do I even dip?
I want to be
Be bigger
different.
yet.
As long as nobody knows.
You're the applicant.
No, I'm
good
good right
thank you,
now.
though.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
You can sit at one of these chairs when they call up your case. But yeah, you're welcome.
Go back at the beginning, or do we continue on and then?
Anna?
Oh, and unpause the, no, I can do that.
We go back to the beginning, or do we continue on where we left?
If Larissa's case is ready, we can do her. And then 8. And then we can start off, let's see, Lori Henry. 22.
Apparently. My water bottle that I bring everywhere.
You might have to mirror.
Yeah, we skipped 17 and 19.
It's on the day.
Yeah. And 6.
Oh.
What are we going to start with,
6.
Mark?
We're gonna start with number 8.
6, 17, 19.
8.
Or one.
I don't even have that.
Yeah, well, docket
It's
number. 8.
now 21.
Yeah, you do.
He's not.
709 Gladstone. Then we're going to jump to 22.
Page 66.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm not even there. I was looking
Not
at the
either.
docket.
So 66. And then if we're going,
And so after 8, we're going to jump to 22 and then continue down the stream.
all right. So
But not
And what-
17. 17 was still unmarked on mine.
I don't know why she said jump to, I think maybe it was 17 at the very end.
I got 17, 19 and 6 on hold.
Yeah, we've skipped 6, 17, 19. 8, we knew we were gonna take after lunch because of the staff's training. We've also noticed that 21, the applicant isn't here yet either.
So we're going to do 8, then jump to 22, or we're going to do some of those in between ones.
Let's do 8 and then 22.
Okay. And then at the very end, we'll go back to the other ones.
Correct.
Okay.
6.
Larissa coming? Or is she getting on?
Oh, hey, Anna, I'm online.
Okay. Mr. Ebbets? Staff's ready.
Staff's ready?
Correct.
Okay. We're continuing our cases today for the Board of Zoning Adjustment for October 11, 2022 after our lunch break. And we're going to start with case number 6 that we paused earlier in the day. And then we will jump to 22 and continue down from there.
8.
Oh, sorry,
Docket
number
at
8.
8.
Yeah, docket 8, sorry.
121.
Yeah, and case number is 121. So calling docket number 8, case number 121 with an address of 719 Gladstone Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
I am promoting them. Joe Levita. Must accept my promotion, and they are connected.
Hello, Mr. Avita. I'd like to swear you in. I see 2 people there, I think.
Yes, we have here.
Okay, great. So please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I'm Joel Avitia Jr. Yes, I do.
And go ahead. And the other person?
Joel Avitia, sir. Yes, I do.
No, good. Second here. And I know you came before us before. Sorry. Randy, 76, did you say?
66.
66, sorry. Give me a second, Mr. Avita. Thank you. Sirs, there are administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 on page 3 of the staff report. Do we have your permission to admit those so we can hear your case today?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. As part of that presentation, we have Larissa who will present the case to the board. Go ahead, Larissa.
All right, this is docket item number 8, BZA 2022-00121 for 719 Gladstone Avenue, zoned R6. The applicant is seeking approval of a 900 square foot garage. This application was previously heard last month. They've reduced their garage size, and I'll just do a quick summary to make sure everyone is aware of all the details. So once again, this is the location of the site in relation to the rest of the city. Here is the lot from an aerial view. Here's the proposed 900 square foot garage. They updated their plan. And again, just updated their elevations as well. They haven't changed, but I just made sure to include the newest drawings. Again, this is the view from East 8th Street. They're requesting a 900 square foot detached accessory garage. The allowed maximum square footage is 800 square feet. There's no substantial change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty can be obviated by a change in design. Again, here's a section of the code that discusses the size of the detached accessory garages. And that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Larissa. So, gentlemen, I recall last month when you came before us, you had a much larger garage anticipated. It sounds like you've downsized it some. Tell us why we should grant this variance today.
Well, we've lowered it a lot. I think last time we were talking, it was like 1,300 square feet. So we just lowered it. And I think now it's what, like 10% over the limit of 800 square feet. So it's much smaller.
I think we asked you this before, sir. Did you have any neighbor opposition? You know, when you put the signs in the yard, did anyone oppose your garage?
No, we did not.
Now I ask the audience, is there anyone in the audience who's in support or opposition to this variance request? Please raise your hand.
No one is raising their hand on Zoom.
Thank
And we do
you.
have an established quorum for
right.
for this particular case.
So,
Ebbett, Stiller, Goranson, Mixdorf.
right. I didn't know if Miss Moran was part of the, all right, so you've got to get all 4 of us to approve your case. Are you okay with that? Should we proceed onward, sirs?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyone from the board have questions to the brothers or father, son, actually? Go ahead. Mr. Gorens has a question.
Mike, I think I've asked this last time, but this is, the garage is for private use, correct?
Yes.
You're not gonna do outside work or anything like that in it?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Well, anyone else? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
in case number 121, I would move that the board grant the requested variances in accordance with staff report and site plan.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. Second. All those in favor, please say aye in the quorum.
Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. The project's been approved. Good luck with your project, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Sure. We're going to jump to case number 22, docket number 19, with an address of 8820 Indiana. And there's quorum established on August 9th was Ebbets, Gorens, Mixdorf, and Stiller. They are all here today.
Videos sent out though to watch was this, I can't remember which ones were sent out.
We have
Yeah,
Miranda.
he was
This is one of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Miss Moran, if you've watched the video on this one, you're part of the case today.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? Randy.
Michaela Hunter has been
7.
connected.
197.
Mr. Chair, the applicant, Michaela Hunter, has been connected to Zoom.
Okay, great.
I'm also promoting I don't have promotion authority. Anna Danny Johnson, the owner of the property, is also in the attendees list.
I'm promoting Danny Johnson. Danny, you need to accept the promotion. They have also been.
Great. Will each of you raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name, please.
Michaela Hunter, representing Danny Johnson.
Thank you. And the other person?
Danny, can you please turn on your camera?
Danny, do I need to swear you in, or did you hear the swearing part?
Oh, unmute.
Okay,
can you? There we go.
Yeah, I didn't hear the swearing part.
You did or did not?
I did not.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And you state your name for the court reporter, please, sir.
Danny Johnson.
Okay, great. I thought I saw another face up there. Anyone else in on this case?
No one else has raised their hand.
No.
All right, so we've established a quorum and Miss Moran has viewed the video. She'll be in on this case today with us. And as part of your case, who's speaking today on your behalf? Is it Mr. Hunter or Mr. John, or is it going to be Danny?
I'll be speaking.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hunter.
Yes.
As part of your case, I've got exhibits 1 to 10, which are administrative exhibits we use to hear your case. Do you have a problem with us admitting those to your case today?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is having a presentation from Jared Clemens. And Jared, please present the case.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Johnson, I'm gonna mute you just, well, I don't have that authority, but I'm getting a lot of feedback from your end. I'm gonna share my screen here quickly and make my presentation. 1 second. Okay. Sorry for the delay. There we go. Can you all see that there?
Yes.
Fantastic. So before us, we have docket item number 22. This is case number CDBZA 2022-00019. This is a rehearing request regarding a previously dismissed appeal to the denial of a CLNU on the subject property. So I guess I'll give my presentation and then we can decide if we want to hear the rehearing, is if that is how Sarah would like to go forward with it, or I can just keep going, I guess. So
I thought you had already, I wasn't here when you made that decision, but it was my understanding the board had already voted to grant the rehearing. Is that incorrect?
Well,
Can
that's from last
somebody?
month.
Oh, yeah, I know I wasn't here that day, but is that true? Okay.
Do we need to do it again with? Oh,
Can't remember.
no, I don't
May I
believe,
speak?
please.
Yes, thank you. At our last hearing, the case was presented to the board. And the board did vote to allow this case to be, the appeal to be heard. It was originally dismissed. And so they did allow this case to be heard. In the testimony there, I noted that the applicant had removed the trailer from this property, and the case was continued to allow Jim Duddy with the Codes Administration Department to verify that that trailer had been removed. This case does involve an original application for a certificate of legal nonconforming use to allow 4 single-family residences on one lot. And it was determined that they were established prior to 1950. However, when the Codes Administrator, Andrea Newton, went out to verify that, she noticed there was a trailer on the property, and which resulted in an expansion. And so she could not grant that CLNU. So midway, Mr. Johnson contacted me, and I suggested he remove the trailer. He has since removed that trailer, and therefore the property is eligible for a certificate of legal nonconforming use. So we just at this point need Mr. Duddy to verify that that trailer has been removed. So, and then we respectfully ask that the board overturn the Codes Administrator's decision to deny the CLNU. And that's where we are at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Duddy, will you come online and tell us what your findings are today, sir?
Hello to the board. Yes, the 5th dwelling unit, the mobile home, has been removed from the site.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Difficulty hearing.
Yes.
You talk closer to the microphone, sir.
Yes, sir. The 5th dwelling unit, the mobile home, has been removed from the site. The site is in compliance for 4 dwelling units on one parcel, as it was prior to annexation by the city.
Thank you, sir.
Question, I'm looking at the staff report saying we're seeking to rehear an appeal. So, but that's, not- we've already,
Voted to rehear the case. However, was here.
That was on June 28th.
okay, so we're here to rehear it
Yeah, you've already.
No,
and not an appeal.
actually, you reheard the case on June 28th, but you continued it to allow Mr. Duddy to verify that the trailer's been removed.
I understand, but I was asking staff.
Like, oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, you've already voted to rehear the case and you heard it the same day. There was a continuance at the end of that presentation to allow time for Mr. Duddy to reinspect the site. He has done that. He verifies that the trailer has been moved. So now it's in your guys' court to determine what happens next.
So in order to hear anything further, we would need to, would we not need to vote on I don't, would we not have to vote to rehear this case?
No.
You've already voted to rehear
or
the
heard
case.
it, we've got to go to kind of overturn the denial of the CLNU, which will allow him now to allow the 4 homes on the property.
Thank you. I'm good.
Mr. Johnson, you know that you can now put a trailer back on that property, don't you, sir? Or maybe you don't know that.
Well, yeah, I figured probably wouldn't be allowed. You missed the trailer though. It was pretty nice. It was the only Kansas City, Missouri trailer with crown molding throughout. So I was pretty proud of it, but we're sad to see it go.
That
And I have advised Mr. Johnson to not erect any more structures on his property.
Right. We won't be as nice the next time, perhaps. So, it sounds like he has upheld the conditions of the CLNU, at least on my eyes. Ms. Moran, do you have any comment on this one? You go, Maggie.
She's muted.
Oh, sorry.
My only question is, if we overturn the decision, was the original decision of the codes administrator to not grant it because there were 5 units? We don't want to overturn that because we don't want to allow 5 units. Are we just granting a CLN for 4 units?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you would be granting CLNU for just the 4 units on the property.
Okay.
They were prepared to grant it until they saw that trailer.
Right. That's what I thought. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, he's allowed 4 homes, which he's got. Not the trailer at all. So, board members?
I'll give it a shot. I move that in case 19, that the board overturn the staff decision to deny the CLNU for 5 units, but allow a CLNU for 4 existing single-family houses.
I mean, I think I believe it's probably correct that, well, I don't want to speak for the board, but that you agree that the 5 units wouldn't have been authorized. So I don't think that decision is an error.
So we just, do we just make a motion to uphold the CLNU for 8820 Indiana Avenue? The units?
I'm trying to think if we deny it. I mean, if you uphold the appeal, I mean, if you uphold staff's initial decision, that's probably the correct decision. But the
So
facts have changed, since.
So we
this appeal was
uphold
filed.
the initial staff decision. Oh, no.
No.
If we uphold the denial, then doesn't that still leave it open for Mr. Duddy to either grant or deny the CLNU application for the 4 existing units?
I mean, I suppose you could keep the case open and remand it back to staff. I don't.
We have Mr. Duddy's testimony that it's compliant with the 4 existing houses. And with the trailer gone, the 5th property now stands compliant for a CLNU. I'm just
Right.
struggling as to how to get there and not leave something undone.
I'm comfortable with what Sarah suggested, which is, uphold it, but remand it back because of changed circumstances or changed facts for the staff to reconsider their denial, maybe.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense because it's not, again, I don't want to put words into the board's mouth, but I don't think it's I don't think what you're saying is that the staff's initial decision was incorrect.
If I were to have a motion where I upheld staff's original decision to deny the CLNU and remanded back for reevaluation.
In light of the
then
changed
That would leave the
circumstances.
door open
Yes.
for the 4 to be approved.
Sorry, I think you can say that in light of the changed circumstances based on the testimony that you've heard today, you're upholding the original decision, but remanding it back to staff for reconsideration of this new evidence.
That is my motion.
Okay.
Thank you for the articulation.
Mr. Gorin seconds that. And Maggie, remember you're voting in on this one. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. This has been upheld and remanded back to city staff for evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Hunter and Mr. Johnson.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next case is case number 24. Docket number 24, case number 114 with an address of 3901 North Wayne Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
Okay. So she exited me.
You or he needs to get a letter
I know.
saying sealing you on those 40 units.
Oh, he's here.
Kind of.
Yes.
Oh, are we?
Thank you.
Go back there.
Sorry.
Take a page number.
So
Bring up Google. 209.
209, thank you. All right. I'm assuming you're Mr. Rob?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rob. I'm going to have you raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please state your name for the record.
Randall L. Robb, ROBB.
Thank you. And sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 on page 3 of your staff report. Do we have your permission to admit those administrative exhibits?
I have not seen it, but I have no objection.
Thank you, sir. They're standard exhibits that we use for your case. Let's see here, sorry. Part of that is a presentation by Anya, I believe. And is that right?
This is a request for a rehearing.
Okay, that's right. All right, so I'd still like Anya to,
Anna.
or Anna, excuse me, Anna to present that case to us.
This is a request for rehearing. So you need to vote if you're going to hear the case.
Oh, it's a request for rehearing. Okay, sorry.
And so who was on the original form or did you reestablish it?
The board dismissed the case when it was originally on the docket. It was never heard.
Okay. And who heard it though? I mean, who? It's only, I mean, typically you're only supposed to be voting on the rehearing if you were part of the original forum. That's why I'm asking.
I can look up that information real quick, but Otto and Kelleher were both probably on that quorum. So we've lost several members who were part of that original. Like who were the original members to dismiss the case?
I mean,
Okay.
the rule is that it's got to be 4 of the original 5 that vote on that.
Let's see if we get on.
One moment. Yeah, one moment.
Do you know, was this case included with all the transcripts that were emailed out?
Yes. No.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
A request to rehear. So
One moment.
Okay, yeah, we're going to wait to see who's on the quorum.
Kelleher, Stiller, Ebbets, Banuki, and Gorance voted to dismiss the original case.
Mixdorf there, or can you tell?
It says that she was absent that day.
This was the 28th.
Correct.
So we're at 3.
So we can't do anything unless we,
Somebody's going to have to read that transcript.
But the case was never presented.
because it was dismissed.
She's dismissed it, correct?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, maybe shed a little light on it. When I first filed this, I think you were meeting not in person. And the first time there wasn't a quorum and it was continued. The next time you had a large docket and for some reason, some commissioners had to leave and you only went till noon and it was continued. I mean, I wasn't consulted, it was just continued. And then apparently the third or fourth time, I missed it. And when I missed it, it was dismissed. So it wasn't that it's ever been heard. It's just I wasn't really aware of when that took place. However, the commission moved it 3 or 4 times and it was okay. So I'd just like to have the hearing.
Right. Usually we give you 2 times to show up. And if you don't show up on the second time, then
I'm here.
I know you are this time. I know. Look here just for a second. So staff said.
I mean, I know you didn't hear it, but the rule is that it has to be the members that made the original motion. So I think you're just going to need to continue this and reestablish a quorum.
We've got to reestablish that. So we've got to, the other members, for instance, Ms. Mixdorf and Ms. Moran would have to see the tape. Correct, Ms. Baxter? From which hearing though? The one that.
Dismissed. June 28th.
Yeah, the June 28th that we dismissed it on, right? Okay.
It was not heard at all.
I understand that, but it was dismissed. I don't know what was heard. I don't believe I was there that day.
I mean, typically Otto would call the case, and if the second time around and the applicant, Mr. Rob, was not there, I'm typically the guy who says, let's get rid of it because he hasn't shown up for 2 times. So that's probably what happened. But again, that's just recollection.
How do we
Where do we go?
establish a quorum? If there's nothing to rehear, I guess I'm confused.
You'd have to watch the tape when this case was heard the first time.
Could we do that today? Like, is there a way we could, like in our break or something? I mean, he's already here. And if there's no content that was really presented, it's like a 5-minute thing of introducing it and then it could reestablish.
I think that's fine. Yeah, if you guys want to do that, you're right. It wouldn't take long.
Can you
So we don't have
Can
to
you
worry about this procedural
find
issue.
that?
So.
That's okay. Just because if it's
Maggie,
already here, if we can
or
already
Tom?
keep it going, then.
So,
And Maggie and I would need to watch that.
right, because Lawrence, Stiller and I,
Good suggestion. I like that approach. We can do that.
so we're going to do that now? Yeah.
Do we need to hold that till the next break and watch
You
it
want
the
to hold
next
that to
break?
the break so we can move on? How long will it take
yeah, it's
for you
up to
to
you.
find that?
I think she's almost there.
There wasn't anything ever presented to watch. It was continued and continued and continued.
Right, so it should be a really quick watch then to.
To see where the dismissal was.
It just was dismissed without anything being presented, just dismissed.
Right.
Well, this is the meeting I had to leave. I was there for part of it and then I had to leave.
Look at you. Me. That was already gone then, was she?
I was still here.
No, Otto.
Otto, sorry.
Yeah, Teresa.
Kelleher must have made that final motion then based on.
That's it.
That's the previous case. Okay. Jared's gonna look up the timestamp for me, so. Unless if someone else at approximately what part of the docket it was on.
That's another appeal.
Okay, we got it.
I imagine I could share my screen and just show the video from here if that would be permissible to everyone.
Please, Jared.
Okay, 1 second here. Okay, so this is from June 28th, 3 hours, 37 minutes and 42 seconds into the June 28th hearing, which was a continuance of the June 14th hearing. All right, can everyone see the YouTube video?
Yes. Yes.
I am realizing, I don't know if you'll be able to hear the audio. Let me play it and we'll see.
Okay, next case is docket number 26,
Could you guys hear that?
Yep.
case number 00025. The property address is 3901 North Wayne Avenue. Is the applicant present? Please raise your hand.
Brett, the court reporter, correct me if I'm wrong. Is the area code 636 your phone number?
Yes, that is.
Okay, the other attendees in the waiting room, they are with the last case. So the applicant for docket item number 26 is not in attendance.
This is his second failure to appear, is it not?
That is correct.
We can either continue the case or dismiss it. So I need a motion for one or the other.
Mr. Chairman Keller, I move that we dismiss this case for lack of appearance.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Miller has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, has there been any communication with this applicant?
I have emailed him several times.
No response.
No response.
Thank you. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, did we get a second?
Yeah, second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, chair votes with the motion. This case is dismissed.
That was the video.
Thank you, Jared.
Yes, thank you, Jared.
All right, so this is a request to rehear an appeal. Mr. Rob,
Yes, sir.
they said they emailed you a couple times. Why did you not appear?
I don't recall getting the email. I spoke with Anna several times. In fact, I even came down to her office once, said, please call me or send me something in writing. Don't just email me, because I'm not the most diligent and I'm not in my office a lot. And I never got anything in writing from that first time around until I received something scheduling it for today, as of today, from Mr. Rexwinkle.
No, Joe?
Okay. I certainly would not have missed it. Had I known it was here, I would have been here or made whatever effort it took to do that. Because we've been trying to do this since, I think, January or February when this all began. And I paid, in addition to the $500 initial filing fee, another $275 to come back today to redo it again. So it's expensive.
Well, board members, you've heard the video. So we can rehear the case or not.
Chairman, I think since he's paid to come here today, I think we should for the case.
Okay. So will be vote type of thing. Yeah, we've got to vote on that. Maggie, do you have any comments on this? So the possible motion for Mr. Gorens is for us to rehear it today. What's your comments, Ms. Moran?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think we ought to err on the side of, having a hearing and finding out what the facts are. So I'm fine with that.
Okay, so do I have a motion to rehear this case?
Chairman, I am he's paid that we should hear the case of
Okay,
139.
all right. All those in favor, please say, or I need.
Do we have a
Sorry.
second?
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair opposes, but it does pass. So we will rehear the case today. All right, so. Mr. Rob, I may have already asked this, so I apologize. No, I think I did. Where do you have no opposition with us admitting the 10 exhibits associated with your case today?
No opposition.
Okay.
Did you
thank
swear
sir.
him in? Yes, okay, my apologies.
And go ahead. Anna and Rita. Jason Jared. No.
Okay, so we are rehearing case CD BZA 2022-0025. The property in question is at 3901 North Wayne Avenue. The site is zoned B3-2, and the applicant is appealing determinations related to several zoning violations on the subject site. The subject site is in the northern portion of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the subject site near Highway I-35. You can see the site highlighted in yellow, kind of at the corner near the on-ramp. So this case is in particularly about non-conforming signs. This is an excerpt of the code of what is deemed an abandoned sign. So a non-conforming sign that is deemed abandoned means that it is not in good constructional condition. It's not advertising a business on the particular site, that business is no longer in service, etc. And the signs in questions are billboards, which are no longer prohibited or permitted within Kansas City. So this is some photographs from the code inspector from March 2018. You can see the business in question, the Property looks vacant. There's no cars there. There's even a for rent sign in the window, indicating that there's not an active business at that particular location. And the signs, the pole signs in question, showcase the Extreme Cars Truck business. A notice was sent to Mr. Rob in 2018 when the investigator at the time found this violation. And the notice does say that the property owner has 30 days to come into compliance, or else, further violations will be issued. This is later in June of 2018, where there is some more activity on the site. Respectfully, it seems more of a place where they're, placing junk cars, old tires. Again, it does not appear to be the business that the sign is advertising. More from June 2018, where there's still the for rent sign at the business indicating that there's no active business at this particular site. Further investigations of October of 2018, there does appear to be more activity on the site, maybe some U-Haul trucking, more storage of vehicles, but still these signs do not accurately represent the business on the particular site, which goes against the non-conforming sign portion of our code. Again, in 2019, more activity on the site, the more signage that does not accurately represent the business in question. More notices were issued. This time in 2019, a official deemed abandoned notice was sent to Mr. Rob. Again, more investigations from our development compliance team shows the property going back to being more of in a vacant state, with that Extreme Cars and Truck sign still being up despite having the violation notices and the deemed abandoned notice. And this is where the appeal comes from that February 2022 violation. As you can see, still the signs in a blank condition at this time. May of 2022, the site was inspected again, more activity again on the site, but that one pole sign still says Extreme Cars and Trucks. More activity on the site. A business is going in at this time, but the property owner has received those violations and the deemed abandoned notice. So just to kind of go over everything that I just talked about, plus Jim Deddy is on the line and he is the supervisor for the development compliance team. You can get into more about this in particular investigation, but in 2018 is when the first notice was sent to Mr. Rob. 2019, more investigations, second round of notices sent, no change. 2022, more investigations, more notices, and then that deemed abandoned in order to remove notice was sent as well. And since that order to remove notice was sent to Mr. Rob, he has placed the correct signs within those non-conforming signs. But as I mentioned, this came after multiple notices and the order to remove. The photos of those signs were included in the original staff report associated with this case. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but as I said, Jim Deddy, who is the supervisor for that group, can probably shed some more light as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. All right, Mr. Rob, tell us your side of the story.
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would take issue with several of those photographs. It shows U-Haul trucks. There's never been U-Haul truck. It shows several other things that are obviously not of my property. I don't know whose property they were taken of and where they were taken or when they were taken. The property has never been totally abandoned. I did have it for rent. However, when the office part was for rent, it was still occupied in the back with an ongoing mechanic that had been there for 5 years. And if I could, and when I got, as you'll see from this letter that I'm going to send around, the notice was actually issued in February of this year, the property was already rented at that stage to the new tenant. And from time to time, through the 15 years that I've owned the property, they do become vacant or blank for a little while, because each tenant that comes in takes the signs down, they take it to their sign shop, they get them back. Sometimes it's done in 2 weeks. Sometimes it takes 6 to 8 weeks. I don't have any control of that, but that's just a normal course of business. If I could give these.
And we review those before and then we'll admit them. I just need one of them. And this will be admitted exhibit number 11. Go ahead and pass them on out. Thanks. Thanks, Tom. Maggie, you're not able to see these. These are some,
I presented these on the first time around. I guess they got deleted. So mine got deleted, but the staff's didn't.
these look like they're part of the staff report. I see them.
Okay,
Maggie,
good.
these are pictures that are part of your staff report.
Okay.
End of the report where it says car hop.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, when I got the letter in February, I immediately called Ms. Johnson, and because she made no effort to contact me, see what was going on, see if there was a new tenant coming in, if it was going to be vacant for a long time. And I brought her a copy of the front page that you have there from the tenant, a notarized copy that says the lease was entered into way prior to her deeming it improper, and that they were in the process of having the signs redone, which were done on a timely basis. And if you look through their photographs, you can see the signs as they exist today in very good condition. In fact, probably better or almost as good as new, maybe better than new. And you can see that the property is very well maintained. And I'm not here seeking to get any change. I'm here just seeking to let us retain the signings that we've had for the last 20 years. And the tenant is a very good tenant. They're a national tenant. They keep the property in very good condition. And obviously they spend a lot of money having the signs completely updated. Like I said, probably better than when they were originally placed there.
Anna, what happened in 2019? I'm sorry, give me a second. What happened in 2019 and 2020? Is that when the first notices were sent out, please?
First notices were sent in 2018.
2018.
Correct. And then
And
there
then-
was subsequent investigations, 2018, 2019, and 2020, all notices and the order to remove signs sent.
Mr. Rob, how do you answer to those comments?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I thought we were here basically to talk about the violation in February of this year, not to go back 2 or 3 years.
Bill? I see here multiple zoning violations.
Actually, I think it are only the 2 signs in question, and they're both totally rehabbed and in excellent condition. And they were in the process of being done, of that being done prior to this violation letter being sent. Had any effort been taken at all to inquire as to the status, I would have been very happy to tell them it's in process of being done, but no effort was done. Just drive around and send a letter of violation.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Duddy.
Sure.
So is it your read that at the point in time of the first violation in 2018, that due to the condition of the signs and in the time period that they weren't advertising for an active business, that shortly after that first notice, those 2 pole signs fell out of compliance and were no longer legal pole signs?
Yes, sir. And if you'll also notice through the photographs that Anna was kind enough to show, you do see that even though it says extreme, you'll notice on when the business was sometimes active, it was showing a business name of Optimal, still going against the non-conforming sign ordinance.
So then with that read, the violations are in 2022 currently are for same violation in 2018. They fell out of compliance. They went out of compliance. You can't bring them back in. I think by my read on it, unless we need some other advice, I'm saying that the signs were out of compliance way back in 2018. And today's question and violations are essentially moot beyond they need to be removed because they fell out of compliance in 2018. Somebody sees it differently.
There was never any communication in 2018, other than that original letter, 2018 to 2019 until 2022, none.
I think there are 3 letters sent, Mr. Rob, if I'm reading it right. 2018, 2019, and 2020 notices were sent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I won't quarrel with that. I don't know. I don't recall, but I won't quarrel with that.
Right.
But I will say that the property has never been totally vacant. There's always been someone in either the garage portion, which was Optima when they had, Extreme when they had the whole thing. And then later on, Optima took over the retail part, and the garage was still continuously operated by Extreme. Get my names right. So it's been continuously occupied. There was a change of signs. The signs were just to reflect the current tenant.
Is Extreme present?
I'm sorry.
When did Extreme leave as a
Oh my
tenant?
gosh. I'm going to say 20. Well, Extreme, the garage portion did not leave until February of this year. It was continuously there. The retail part, the lot in front was probably in late 20 or 21. I don't know exactly when they left, but they never left the shop. The shop was completely occupied and operational.
So you have rental receipts, paid receipts for checks,
I can give you
money that
copy
from
the-
Extreme, that they paid you through February of this year?
I can get you a copy of the lease. Yes, sir.
Well, lease is one thing. Do you have paid receipts? Do you have a check stub? Do you have any type of deposit receipt that would show that Extreme paid you rent for that facility?
I can, yes. I'll bring you I'll be glad to provide everything that I have. Sometimes they paid by check. Sometimes they paid by cash, particularly when the shop was there. The guy running the shop would typically pay in cash. But
receipt?
obviously I wouldn't let him stay there if he hadn't paid.
Did you give him a receipt for the cash?
As a general rule, no, as a general rule. Like I said, I wouldn't have let him stay there rent free. And he did not want to leave when I rented it to the current tenant, Car Hop, but they wanted the entire property. And I'll be glad to let him testify that he was there.
The Extreme people or the Car Hop people?
Extreme people. Car Hop just took over.
I agree, in February of this year. I heard that
Correct.
testimony.
But the Extreme guys were there continuously. I'll be glad to bring them in for you.
Mr. Chair. I know the state of Missouri, once a car dealership leaves, they have so many days to actually take the sign down because they're no longer selling license. Cars are licensed by a dealer and a tag, a title.
Right.
They make you take the sign down.
But this is an audio dealership or stereo deal, Extreme Audio. Was Extreme Auto or Audio?
Oh, it's auto. It's cars.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, okay.
I drive by it. It's.
And that could be the reason they had the mechanics stay in there. I don't know about that, what their reasoning was. I just know they were there.
It does come back on the owner. I can tell you that.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question of staff.
I own 3 of them.
Go ahead, Ms. Moran. Thank you.
So the use of this property right now is used car sales. And is that a legal use on this lot? Is that zoned for? Or do they have an SUP or whatever's required for used car sales?
That is correct. They are allowed to be there.
Okay, so they have an SUP for that or something.
And that's been that way ever since I acquired the property in excess of 15 years ago. That's what it was when I bought it. With the same signage.
I think not unless it's vacant for 6 months and then it loses its standings as a dealership.
It sounds like it's separate than,
It is separate.
Well, it sounds like maybe there's more to consider that what Mr. Duddy has seen to date. I'm of a mind that together some documents that you can demonstrate who was the tenant through that time period, starting with the first violation, who was renting, and get back with Mr. Duddy and show him maybe more information about how this property has been handled and how it relates to the signs. And then come back to us.
You can do that. I'd be glad to do that.
And I apologize. I misspoke. A outdoor car dealership would require a special use permit for this particular site. And there's no SUP for this new business at this location for 2022.
The new business, the car hop.
Correct.
Okay.
They would need a special use permit, and that has not been acquired.
Okay, and what about Extreme 2018?
No, they got an occupational
And
license.
again, that's something that, I mean, need to put together, as much evidence as you can and work with Mr. Duddy, and we can look at what that determination is and then maybe render a decision. But are you comfortable with that? Then would you like to continue that to give you a chance to put that information together?
Yes, I do know, just for the record, I do know they received an occupational license. If it hadn't been zoned correctly, the city wouldn't have issued that, I'm sure. And it's been in the car lot for 20, 25 years. Those signs have been exactly the same for at least 20 that I know of. Not asking for a change. We're just saying, let us continue to do what we've been doing without interference.
If you're comfortable with that, then I'm going to move to continue your case.
Sorry.
If you're comfortable with that, I'll move to continue your case.
And sir, be sure you put a lot of evidence. I mean, deposit slips, proof of rent, things like that. I mean, just having a lease, anybody can type up a
Understand.
lease.
And I'll be glad to bring personal to testify. So that's not a problem either. Witnesses.
then is a different application required than if they need a special use permit, since that's not what we were looking at?
Correct.
So would that be heard, still be heard separately, or if we continue this and we heard it, would we hear it all together?
It would need to be heard separately because it would need to be reviewed by the City Planning Commission prior to this body making a final call on the special use permit.
So are we getting the cart in front of the horse if we don't have a special use permit to even have this operation on that
Yes.
site?
Well, I think all we're looking at is
Strictly signage, I guess.
the determination on the pole signs is unrelated to a new tenant. Get that resolved.
So you could have a dry cleaners in there, which wouldn't need a
Still need to
SUP.
sign it.
But the signage you'd still want.
What's the November hearing date? Anybody?
November 8th. Does that give you enough time, Mr.
Let's
Rob?
go one more month if you wouldn't mind.
Another month past then?
Yes.
Okay, December. Not looking.
13th.
And
At a Friday?
No, it's always on a Tuesday. I'm looking. December, sorry, there it is, December 13th. Yeah, that's a Tuesday.
I would move that this case be continued to December 13th. Case number 114.
Got a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Gorns. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes against that motion and, but your case is dismiss or moved to the December 13th docket. Excuse me. Mr.
Thank you,
Rob.
Mr. Chairman. Members.
Thank
You
you.
remember, work with Mr. Duddy.
I'm sorry.
Work with
Remember,
Mr. Duddy.
Work with staff before
Oh.
you come back.
Do I work with you?
Ian, Mr. Dudley, an investigator. Oh.
He's in charge of inspections, sir.
Okay. Never
Okay.
met him.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Number 26.
So my applicant's online for one of my cases. I don't know. Should I let them know that we're maybe moving them to the end of the docket?
Was that a case heard previously?
Yes.
We'll
Okay.
keep them at the end.
So we're calling case number 26 or docket number 26, case number 128 with an address of 8116 North Oak Traffic Way. Hello, Miss Jensen.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let me swear you in. You're ready?
Let me get the chair up. Up here, right.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to find the case in here. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth at this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your names for the record.
Patricia Jensen with the Ross Law Firm.
Mike Watson with Sumatera Ventures.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And Mr. Chair, to be clear, we are the appellee or the respondents in this case. The appeal of my client's project plan approval, and I can explain on that, all of this was filed by a David Best. I don't know if he's online.
He's online, but his hand is not raised currently.
Should we
Now
bring-
it is raised.
Okay, great. Let's bring him in.
They are connected.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Betts, turn on your microphone and camera when you have a chance.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you. Will you mind raising your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth at this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
And state your name for the record.
David Best, I'm the property owner of 302 Northeast 81st Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Best. All right, Ms. Jensen. There are a list of 11 administrative exhibits on page 2 of the staff report. Do you have any problem with those, admitting those?
I just want to clarify the exhibits.
Mr. Ebbets, before anything else, I think that will have to be admitted by Mr. Best, not Miss Jensen, because Mr. Best is the applicant in this case. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. So, Mr. Betts, do you have any problem with us admitting those exhibits?
No, no problem.
Those are admitted.
Well, I think we need to clarify that all the appropriate exhibits are included. So your staff report lists exhibits. I believe it says project plan working file, which I believe includes the project plan applications, the staff plan conditions, corrections, and suggestions report, the applicant response letter, the city plan commission staff report, the city plan commission disposition letter, and the stamped approved project plan. Is that correct?
As stated on this page 2, that is.
I'm just trying to make sure that that one exhibit, the plan working file contains all those exhibits.
So just to clarify my exhibit list, Ms. Jensen, number 10 is the working file that contains all of the necessary parts of the file that staff included from the working file. And then exhibit 11, you can see is the appellee's submittal. And I know that you had quite a few documents, and that's what is included in that anticipating you presenting those at the hearing and then being admitted.
Yeah, and tell me if exhibit 8 is Mr. Best's appeal.
That is Mr. Best's applicant submittal, yes.
That clarified everything.
Thank you. Part of this is Mr. Clemens' presentation of the case to the board. Clemens, go ahead, Jared.
Sure thing. Okay, before us, we have docket item number 26. This is case number CDBZA 2022-00128, located at 8116 North Oak Traffic Way, zoning district B3-2. The applicant in this case is seeking to appeal the City Planning Commission's decision to approve a project plan for the construction of a 40-unit multifamily building to be built on the subject site. A project plan, just as a reminder, because this is the first appeal of a project plan I've seen come before the board in my time here. I'm sure it's happened maybe at some point, but a project plan is an entitlement process that just goes to the City Planning Commission for final approval. Not to the City Council afterwards, and not to the BZA. The CPC makes the decision, and that decision was approval, which has been appealed to you all today. So this is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It's located within the Gashland-Nashua area plan, just north of Gladstone. This is a closer view of the subject site there on North Oak Traffic Way, just north of Northeast 81st Street. There was quite a bit of material within the staff report that encompasses an entire case. So I'm just going to briefly go over just site plans and renderings and the conditions at the end of the case. So this is just the renderings of what the building will look like on North Oak, or would look like on North Oak Traffic Way, how it's proposed. This is the site plan with some parking spaces to the north and to the west of the proposed building. And then these are the conditions that were put in place by the planner associated with the case. The first has to do with, it's more of a formality having to do with verifying that the landscaping is put in place. The second has to do with signage conforming to 88445, our sign code. The third is an affidavit for a street tree planting plan. The fourth is the developer submitting an affidavit prepared by an engineer that the outdoor lighting plan is in conformance with approved plans. Number 5 has to do with the trash enclosures and mechanical equipment be screened in accordance with our landscaping code. And then the 6th says that the developer shall attempt to direct stormwater capture systems towards public right of way rather than toward residential properties. There is not a review criteria for the appeal of project plans. So that is where I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Mr. Best, can I get your comments on this, please, before we go further?
Yes, I was wondering, could I share a PowerPoint I prepared?
Yes, you may have to submit that. That would be exhibit number 11. No, it's exhibit number 12.
And just be sure to email that to me after the hearing, Mr. Best, if you haven't already.
All right, yes, I will. All right, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
So yes, thank you again. My name is David Best. I'm the property owner of 302 Northeast 81st Street. So I'm the property, this parking lot of this proposed building will go right up to the fence in my backyard. You know, the edge of the parking lot will probably be less than 50, 60 feet from the corner of my house. So we have some very serious concerns. We feel weren't quite weren't properly addressed by the planning commission and their conditions. The stormwater drainage, tornado siren, and traffic and pedestrian issues. Just to give you a little background, something to keep in the back of your mind, like a cautionary tale. Here's a similar site that was built back in 2013. You can see it's just a few hundred feet from the proposed building site, but it's very similar in that the high ground's up here by North Oak. And they were paving the entire thing and built this large stormwater basin in hopes that it would take care of the issue. It did not take care of the issue. They had lots of problems with the neighbors and drainage and all kinds of issues, to where we found, for 9 years later, the final solution was them having to build these huge drainage pipes were just installed in this last year that go down the backside of these properties and have to tear across the neighbors' yards. They've torn up the neighbors' yards, probably 10, 15 feet to be torn out. And they put in large 24, 30-inch corrugated pipe to drain into this creek that is already very overloaded. To give you an idea of the drainage problems we have here, we already see water like this. It's just from last year, water coming across our driveway, across our front yard. It pools in our side yard, it turns into a pond and overwhelms the culverts. And these culverts lead into that creek that is now going to get even more water from that Dollar General site. And it's eroding, the property of our neighbors who own property along that creek. The water flows across our backyard. And here's a picture of a good sport, my father-in-law. You can see up to his knees almost in the water that flooded our basement one time. We've made arrangements to try to correct that now. But of course, we're concerned that these plans that were approved for the Dollar General obviously were approved and passed by the city back in 2013, but it didn't solve their problems. It wasn't enough and required additional work. We're worried the same thing might happen to us as well. Everybody says it's going to work and their drainage plan works, and we're dealing with for the next 10 years problems from that. The next issue, which isn't mentioned in the conditions at all, is the tornado siren. You can see this is here, the corner of the fire station right there by the site. They're proposing a 4-story building. This is the only siren that will provide warnings to the neighbors north of this site. The next one's over 2 miles away. And when I talked to the Emergency Operations Center for Kansas City, they said there's no overlapping. So if the building blocks the siren, all the neighborhoods north and east of there could be at risk of not hearing a siren. And it seems like while it was mentioned to the Planning Commission, they didn't address it in their conditions at all. And so we're very concerned that something's been missed. And then finally, as our drawing showed, you can see it's a very cramped site for this large building to be going in there. They're sharing a driveway with the veterinarian's office next door. That's the only entrance in and out. We understand this meets all the codes. We understand their 40 parking spaces meet the codes. But as mentioned in the Planning Commission meeting, human nature, visitors, tenants with more than one car, they're gonna have to park across the street on the side streets. We believe there's a danger of people trying to run across this street after parking in the lots across here in North Oak. And again, the Planning Commission mentioned, should there be some kind of pedestrian study, and everyone yeah, maybe, yeah. And then there was never any real discussion as far as having a condition that would require it. As you can see, it's a very complicated situation with the fire station and the fire signals, and this 4 lanes of busy traffic. Actually 5 lanes if you include the turn lane. So we had some very serious concerns that this isn't being addressed properly, and it's setting up a very unsafe situation. And then finally, I know this isn't a point for you, but just something that was mentioned in the last Planning Commission, that the property owner stated they never saw any wildlife there in 20 years. Obviously, here's 2 very fine specimens that all this overgrowth behind them, behind these fences, is proposed to be totally removed, all or most of it, by the building plan from what I can read. So it will be affecting wildlife, although I know it's not under your purview, but I do want to mention that. So thank you very much. I can take questions now.
Thank you, Mr. Best. Any questions for them before we hear from Ms. Jensen? Ms. Jensen, your comments, please.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. I do have a PowerPoint presentation I'd like to pull up, and I have copies for you if you want to look through it. So.
And so we'll admit those.
I think it's.
Of the exhibit
it's already
13.
Admitted as number 11.
All right, thank you. It is admitted as exhibit.
Oh,
Go ahead, I'm past mine. Oh.
Great.
Went down. Had to sit up. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I know you haven't really heard these types of cases, so I'm going to give you a little background first. And then
Is that screen being shared? Usually that's shared to everyone else. It's on both screens.
Feedback.
Perfect.
thank you. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background about how we got here and what this appeal is and what your purview is in the appeal. We represent Sumatera Ventures, who is the applicant for the project plan to build workforce housing at this site. TJ actually flew in from Utah for this case. That's where they're based out of. This is a request, and we request that you uphold the City Plan Commission's approval of a project plan for the multifamily unit residential building with 40 units on 0.7 acres of land. And here again is the site plan that was approved by the Plan Commission on August 2nd, 2022. And you can see the stamped approved copy. The review and action is it's section 88-518-05, and it talks about the City Plan Commission's review of each application for a project plan. And the Plan Commission has 5 options. The Plan Commission on August 2nd chose to approve the project plan after hearing all of the testimony, including testimony by Mr. Best on the very same issues that he's brought up to you today. Section 88-518-06A says that appeals of the City Plan Commission decision on a project plan application may be taken to the Board of Zoning Adjustment by filing a notice of appeal with the City Planning and Development Director, and it gives a time limit of 15 days. So again, here are photos of the site. This, as you can see, is the fire station that's been referred to, and that's looking west from across the street on North Oak Traffic Way. The next photo looks southwest, and then this looks northwest. I'm pretty familiar with the site. This is where I bought my first home, was down on Northeast 81st Street, actually on the east side of North Oak Traffic Way, but I traveled this area all the time. The bottom photo looks south. And here is the timeline. The project plan application was filed on June 9th, and we were considered by the City Plan Commission on August 2nd. And then the appeal was filed by Mr. Best on August 15th. This is the approval criterion 88-516-05 for the City Plan Commission to consider when it is looking at a project plan. One is that the plan must comply with all standards of the code. We certainly do, because the site is zoned B32. We've met all of the requirements that are set forth in the district. B again is the use must be allowed in the district. C is vehicular ingress and egress to and from the site, and circulation within the site must be provide for safe, efficient, and convenient movement of the traffic. This is 40 units. 40 units does not require a traffic study. And the city's experts, traffic engineers, felt like that the access was safe and secure, and we can address it a little bit more. B says the plan must provide for safe, efficient, and convenient non-motorized travel opportunities, and it certainly does. And then E is the plan must provide for adequate utilities based on city standards for the particular development proposal. We certainly have water and sewer that we'll be tapping into, and we'll address the storm drainage as we are moving on. F states the location orientation of architectural features, including design and material of buildings, must be designed to be compatible with the adjacent properties. We believe we are. We believe we have a very high design. And then G says landscaping, berms, fences, and walls must be provided to buffer the site. We've got extensive landscaping around our site. And the conditions of approval that the Plan Commission did certainly protect anybody from any noise issues or anything like that. H states that the design of streets, drives, and parking areas within the project should result in a minimum area devoted to asphalt. It's a pretty limiting site, but we certainly have the landscaping to absorb stormwater. I says plan must identify trees to be removed and trees to be preserved. The trees will be removed. This is the City Plan Commission staff report that went to the City Plan Commission on August 2nd. And you can see staff's analysis that we met all of the requirements for the project plan approval. And planner was Genevieve Kahn. This is a letter from the Water Department in April of this year to state that they could serve that site with water. This is the landscaping plan that was approved with the project plan application. Again, this is the stamped approved project plan. And these are the elevations that were approved on August 2nd. This is the letter from Mr. Best, and he has repeated those comments concerning both stormwater, the tornado siren. He objected to the fact that TJ Smith participated via Zoom, which is certainly allowed. And then he said a CPC commissioner mentioned some type of crosswalk being to help people if there's visitors, since we only had 40 parking spaces. What I will tell you is we've got 40 parking spaces. That is what is required for the site. The stormwater and TJ will go into it more, is there was a condition of approval subject to us looking at it, and I'm going to repeat it. It's number 6 on the CPC Plan Commission disposition letter. And that was added as a result of the City Plan Commission hearing. And number 6 states the developer shall attempt to direct stormwater capture systems towards public rights of way rather than toward residential properties. It did not require a certain type of stormwater. It said we needed to study it. I'm going to ask Mr. TJ Smith now to explain what they've done to address stormwater.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Watson. Actually, I'm the CEO of Cemetery Ventures. TJ's sitting right here. And perhaps we'll call on him in a second. No worries at all. No worries at all. So this is a very concerning issue for us, obviously, the drainage issue. We do developments around the country, and we're very cognizant of being a good neighbor. one of the things that we have here too, and if there's additional questions to my comments, Mr. Lance Scott of CFA, our engineer, is online and we can have even more detailed questions directed to him should you choose. Our goal here was to make as minimal impact as possible, but be specific to the code in our submission. We are code specific in everything we do anywhere, and especially here in Kansas City, a place that I used to live in and love this city. So the westernmost parking stalls, we've done two things here with the drainage. The first one is the drainage water, the storm water that is captured from the roof will be directed forward into the city storm drain system. So that will not impact us at all in terms of our site here, as that will be piped up forward. On the westerly side of the lot there, you'll notice 8 parking stalls on that western side from the dumpster on down to the corner of the lot. Those parking stalls are at least 9 feet in width, so it's a length of 72 feet, will be capped with pervious concrete. Then that will be filled with open graded stone at the depth of 7.2 feet. So if you look at the metrics of a parking stall that's 9 feet wide and potentially 18 feet deep, times 8 stalls at the depth of 7.2 feet, that is an enormous amount of ability for us to retain and detain water there. This is per the city code. We have submitted these drawings by our professional engineer to the city staff, and they are under review currently. I would remind you that this is a requirement, that we meet these requirements of the city code for us to receive a building permit. So there's no way around us not handling this directly. I don't feel it's a fair comparison to compare us to the store there just to the north, as that's a much larger site with a much larger building and a much, much larger parking lot. So this conforms to the code in every way. It's been reviewed by the staff, both engineering, planning, and will receive a stamp of approval from the building department as well, pre-building permit submittal and receival.
Oh, and I would also note about that store, he stated it was built in 2013. The city has continued to revise its storm drainage requirements and the BMP manual since 2013. The other issue was Mr. Best stated that the building would block the tornado siren. I don't know of any evidence that states that. I think tornado sirens can be heard beyond buildings. And I would note that the fire department certainly participated in the review of this case and did not have any issues. Finally, as I stated, the traffic issue, we were not required to do a traffic study because we're only 40 units. And then there is nothing that talks in the code about protecting wildlife. I know I hear that frequently. So that's our response to that. I would note that it is on the applicant, Mr. Best, to persuade you that the City Planning Commission erred when it made its approval of the project plan. I do not believe they did. They listened to the same testimony. And they recommended approval of the project plan. And then finally, as I understand it, it will take 4 votes to overturn the Planning Commission's decision. And we ask that you do not overturn the Planning Commission's decision, that you vote to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. And we're available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Mr. Watson. Board members, do we have some questions for these guys?
Oh, go ahead, Tom.
I have one on, it's a 40-unit apartment building. What if everybody in your apartments have 2 cars?
I don't believe the code requires 1 car per apartment space. He can, Mr. Watson can talk about their experience with their buildings.
We have a very aggressive management style, and we cater to tenants that meet our needs as far as parking and site requirements do go. These are typically smaller because they are workforce for market housing and there are no subsidies included. We do have smaller units. Typically, there are studios there, there are 1 bedrooms there, and it's very rare. And then we often have tenants that have no cars. So the mixture, we feel that the city code that has been set forth by KCMO is accurate in what we will see on site with our tenants. And we do keep that in mind in renting the units.
A question regarding the detention on the west side, where
Yes.
the actual detention is taking place. What's the where's it discharging?
The discharge is through the pervious concrete into the ground.
Right, then you're going to detain that.
It's going to percolate into the soil at a depth of 7.2 feet below grade.
For this, there is no
There is no
moving-
outfall. No, there's no
Any kind.
piping to the neighbor. There's no piping across the neighbor's land into the stream. This is what we're trying to make a self-containing system here.
Much more contemporary than some.
And
of
if
the
it
old
is,
style.
and I would note also, if there is an outflow, code requires us that it be less than what the current outflow would be with the grass and foliage that is currently present on the site.
Right, volume and change.
And our plan certainly meets those requirements. There's a reduction between 50 to 30% in our outflow expectations based on grass and foliage.
And Mr. Siller, the city staff reviews all of our storm drainage study and our improvements before we
Quite
get it.
aware.
What?
Yeah, quite aware. of the
Yes, I
scrutiny
know you are.
That gets, but thank you for that.
Yes.
It does still make a difference to me, given what we're here to do today, knowing the difference that you're not discharging any in that residential area, it's all being absorbed on site.
That is our intention. Yes. And again, if there is any overcharge or surcharge, it has to be at a much lower historical rate than is currently happening with grass and foliage.
Right, there was qualification, but the intent of the design is
Sure.
no discharge.
Absolutely.
And your engineers think you're there.
That's exactly right. That's been submitted to the city and it's been under review now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
These are all going to be studio and 1-bedroom apartments, or are you going to have some 2 bedrooms in there as well?
Do you know the unit count off the top of your head? We can find that for you in, give me 10 seconds. I think we rarely do 2 bedrooms. I would think it's mostly a mixture of studios and 1 bedrooms. There might be
And
a,
my concern was the parking issue, as Mr. Gorence was. So is each unit assigned a spot, or is it just random? Whoever gets there first.
typically there's an assignment done. We'll have some of these will be parking stalls that are covered. And while we're cognizant of the neighbors' concerns of the parking, if you've ever owned and managed a building that doesn't have enough parking, all you hear is complaints. And the tenants move. You move them in and they have parking problems and they leave. So it's very important, not just for us to be good neighbors to help the neighbors out. It's good business for us to have proper parking with the unit sizes so that our tenants stay as long as they're willing to stay.
To that, I didn't see, how many parking spaces do you have?
40.
Okay, so you're compliant.
Yeah.
Right on. the
Yes,
nose.
it's per code. That's right.
And just looking at the one plan I have here, it looks like there's only 2 units that have 2 beds on the entire floor. The rest are studios.
Okay.
That's a typical floor.
Yes, 10 years ago, I never would have believed as many people wanted small apartments as do, and they are in such high demand right now.
It's going to be an age building or?
No, this is just a for market open. Anyone can apply and qualify. And in this price range of housing, we do get a lot of workforce housing. We get a lot of those, and that's what we're aiming for.
Are there any other apartment complexes in this area? I'm just trying to look on Google and most looks like it's single family housing.
There's an apartment complex, I would say a couple 100 yards to the south on the west side of the road there, the same road, North Oak. And it's quite a large project. It's much, much larger than ours is.
Gladstone just built.
It's in Gladstone, I think.
Yeah, I believe it's just across the border of Gladstone.
Been on this committee a long time. I don't remember us ever getting a request to overturn a CDC.
Don't either.
Yeah. So this is quite unusual for us. Mr. Best, any other comments on your side, sir, remotely?
just the one more thing I'd like to point out, forgot to mention is that they talked about the fire department review the plans, the tornado siren. From my understanding, the fire department does not control the tornado sirens in the city. That's all done by the Emergency Operations Center. And when I talked to them, no one had talked to them at all about this building being built. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Best.
Mr. Chair, there is still public testimony.
Okay, thank you for no public testimony. Thank you. All right. Have any other comments myself? Like I said, I've never seen someone come before us who wants to overturn CDC. Usually we uphold what they send us. So, because they do this every day of their lives. You know, that's all they do is approve these type of plans. So we're good on garages, but not this kind of thing. So any other comments, or should we entertain a motion at this point?
I think she's
Wait, I'm sorry.
stated you need to ask for public
Oh,
testimony.
I thought she said there was no. Okay, is there anyone in the public who would like to comment on this case? Please raise your hand to be promoted.
Carrie Burke has raised their hand and they are connected. And then another person has raised their hand. Their username is very
Okay.
short, but they will be next. Carrie, you can go first.
Okay, let's go with Ms. Burke, I think. Can you turn on your camera and microphone, please? Is that her?
Carrie Burke, if you wish to provide public testimony, please unmute yourself and turn on your camera. Jay Bren, you have also been connected. If you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera, you may provide public testimony.
Yeah. Are they there?
They're both connected with no response.
Again, if you'd like to offer testimony, please turn on your microphone. There is one person trying to do it, it looks like, and or your camera. If you,
There's Carrie. Oh, there's Carrie. Okay.
Hello.
hold on, I got to swear you in first.
Okay,
I
great.
have to say I'm not Jan Byrne.
Yeah. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
Carrie Burke. I live at 224 Northeast 81st Street. I'm just 2 doors down from this proposed project. I live right on that creek. And I do have quite a few comments I'd like to, and issues I'd like to bring up.
Please share those with us.
Okay. I don't understand why Mr. Watson and his people have not been asked to swear as to the veracity of their statements. Because my biggest disappointment in the finding of the Planning Commission was that they took what he said out of hand with very few questions. There was no swearing in of swearing as to the veracity of our statements, of his statements at the time. And in the end, they just decided to give it to him. We have the canvassing of the neighborhood. I talked with the gentleman who's a state trooper, lives at the other end of our block. He received no information about this. You would think they'd have gone several blocks in all directions. He received handbills that we handed out about our concerns of this.
Neighborhood Association.
Mr. Watson stated to the Planning Commission that this had the approval of the Homeowners Association. There is no Homeowners Association. There hasn't been one for probably 10 years or more. They didn't question him on that. The rainwater retention, I live on the creek. We already are at capacity in the many 2-inch rains that we have. We had a 4-inch rain in May. And they just finished the work behind Dollar General to add to the flow. It has not been tested. That work was just finished in the last month. There has been little to no rain in that period. I calculated that from the size of Mr. Watson's lot, we're talking 40,000 gallons of water with a 2-inch rain. And I would say that the lot, per his verbiage today at Dollar General, was much bigger than his. And that is being dumped in this creek without test. So we're talking what, 70, 80,000 gallons of water with a 2-inch rain. The creek runs parallel to my driveway. I could spit from my driveway into the creek. And I'm scared to death that we're going to be underwater if this work is permitted.
The cistern business.
And the cistern is not going to handle anything like what he's mentioning, or what is true for the rain that we're going to be dealing with, the stormwater. Yeah, I've talked with the stormwater people at Kansas City. I was given what the standards were for a stormwater study. That has not been met. That was a requirement of the board. We have not, and I live on the creek. We have not seen the study. The person I talked with at the city said that might require the culvert beneath 81st Street to be resized, that it would be unable to deal with the new quantities of stormwater from Mr. Watson's property and from Dollar General. That would be tearing up the street. There's gabion baskets. These are to retain the creek banks that are to be replaced with concrete blocks sometime in the near future. That has not occurred yet.
40 units on 3/4 of an acre.
Let me see. If you look at this lot right next to a fire station, we have fire engines going up on 81st Street several times a day because of traffic issues. We have ambulance and fire engines all day, all times of the day. Right next door to this proposed structure. And I don't know how anybody that has witnessed that particular emergency activity and the tens of thousands of cars going up and down North Oak in a day would want to live on such a property. This property is
not flat.
This property goes down to the creek. The water wants to go across our neighbor's yard, the Best's yard, to our property. I will not facilitate delivering water quicker to our creek by allowing an easement through my property. I have watched the work in the last month from Dollar General. It's a great, huge monstrosity of a situation. This is a bad place to be putting 40 families on a lot the size of my yard. I've got 0.66 acres. This is like 0.7 or 0.71. It's a fool's errand to think that that's going to be happily lived upon by these poor people that won't have parking spaces. They'll be parking on our residential street, blocking the access of the emergency vehicles that are daily going up and down this street. People on foot taking shortcuts through yards. It's going to be a nightmare. And all of this has been approved by the City Planning Commission without questioning any of the responses that Mr. Watson offered them.
He wasn't under.
I think the only one I can remember was about the wild animals, and he said, well, the owner said that he'd seen some birds there. We've got scads of deer and raccoons and possums and woodchucks, not to mention squirrels and the smaller creatures. That the back of that lot is where it's a little nature preserve. That's their sanctuary. They come out and they'll eat out of our yards and as the sun goes down, the deer come out. This is all going to destroy this possibility for these creatures by destroying their sanctuary, the trees that had fallen and been left on the ground. And we see does with multiple twins of fawns every year. And all of this is going to go away. And but the water is going to probably be the most dramatic of it, and that's going to put me underwater. And Jan Byrne, my neighbor just downstream, has similar issues with her property. And by adding another 70,000 gallons of water in a 2-inch rain, it's just it's hard to wrap your wits around. We had a 4-inch rain this last May. That was all delivered before noon. And that was with the creek as it is today. What are we going to have with several times the flow that we've already got? It's just, please don't, please listen to this appeal, because
We're homeowners.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. I've got a question for you, Mr. Burke.
Yes, please.
Did you happen to give your comments to the CPC City Planning Commission hearing that they had?
We made comments, but we weren't allowed to. The way it worked, the sequence was, we made our presentation and then they had Mr. Watson. We weren't allowed to go in and refute anything that he had said, and would have. But the biggest issue was that they didn't question anything he offered, except maybe how many animals there were.
Right.
That the property owner was aware of. They just said, sounds good to us, and that's it. That's the way they did it. And in watching you today, because we've been on here since 9 this morning, watching how you handled the other work that you've had today, it was a back and forth. It wasn't just, wham bam.
Right.
And we were hoping that to have a fair hearing and for you to understand what it's like and what it's been like for us, and the hell we're going to be in with the situation if this actually goes through.
Well, we appreciate your testimony. I'd like to move on to the next person.
Okay.
That's okay with you, sir, and see what they have to say.
Okay. And thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you for taking the time to testify today. Who else do we have out there?
Jay Bryn. May turn on your camera and unmute yourself to provide testimony and get sworn in.
Is she there?
Name is Jan.
Unmute. Chat screen.
Getting
Or
close.
unmuted.
No. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I can't see you. Do you have a camera? If not, that's okay.
It says the camera's open, but well, go ahead. This is not Jan Byrne. This is Sarah. She's using my computer as well, but then I am Jan Byrne, and I would like to speak when it's done.
Hold on for a second. So you have another person in the room with you?
Yes.
And what's her name, his or her name?
My name is Sarah Lyons Belil,
Okay. I'm
and
gonna
I
have,
live at
wait.
312. I'm sorry.
hold on. I got to swear you both in.
Okay.
Raise your right hand.
Yes.
We're
The honor
ready.
system here. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth at this hearing today?
Yes,
I do.
Thank you. Please say I do and state your name for the court reporter.
I do. My name is Sarah Lyons Belil,
Okay,
and I live at 312 Northeast 81st Street.
all right.
I am just south of this proposed development.
Comment, and then we'll get Miss Glenn's comment, I believe.
Okay. There are several concerns I have here. And one of the things I think is really important to be said is the fact that even though codes are met, it does not solve the problems. And parking is one of them. We're gonna have excess parking cars, and we have any place to put them. They'll be blocking our roads and the other parking lots. They're not gonna be welcomed. The fact that there's only one entrance into the property and no exit, like all the other businesses on North Oak. The cars, the buses, the delivery trucks will go into the parking lot, and they'll have to back up and they'll work themselves back up to North Oak. So there's no flow of an in and exit. And the studies that, like what studies have been done to check the impact of the cars due to the apartments, the school buses, and the fire stations. We had Mike who said that they didn't need any studies done, that they were to code, and everything was fine. His answers to everything was, we are with code. And I thought that there should be studies on the traffic and on the water and on the wastewater, the water pressure for the area and the overflow water. None of that, there's been no tests on any of those. And I haven't seen any backup material from the city to make sure that he is following all these codes. And of course, Craig just talked about the property damage. And if these things are done, there's no recourse. There's no prevention of this damage. The impact of the buildings on my property alone, talk to the engineers, and they said between the trucks and the building equipment and it will collapse my in-ground pool, and it will jeopardize the integrity of my foundation of my home. I asked Mike, I had Mike to the house to talk to him about our issues. And he said, his response to that was, just sue and the insurance will take care of it. Another thing, the liability, according to my insurance company, says that I am liable for any accidents from the trespassers onto my property. And I'm worried mostly about the pool. You know, kids jumping in, getting their necks broke, drowning, those type of things. You don't want to wake up to that your backyard. There is also the privacy issue that I will be underneath surveillance of all these apartments all the time. They'll know when I'm there, when I'm not, when I'm alone in my backyard. They'll have all that information. I will be a sitting target. And then another thing is when we had Mike come out to the house, we told him about all these things. We took him to the backyard to show him the property, show where our fence was. And he said that he would put a fence up between our gate, our fence, and the fire department to keep the people from crossing through, cutting through to the cars that we parked on North O or on 81st Street. He said, just submit me a list and I will send you copies of all of our plans, all of our blueprints, and I will okay everything that you asked for. Well, we wanted the fence. And the other thing is we want a security system put up. The plants and foliage that he was talking about, well, number one, there is no green space whatsoever. There's not one blade of grass that's going to be on this property. And what they do have scheduled are small potted plants, like 1 to maybe 5 gallon plants, which will take forever for them to grow. And since then, Mike has not contacted us. He has not sent us any information, nothing. So everything that he promised me, looking straight at me, he hasn't done. None of it. And I mean, if this is how he's going into it, what promises he does make, he's not going to stand behind. And to work with this type of person will just do nothing but put hardships on us for eternity. There's no turning back on any of this. We're just going to be stuck. And I'm a senior citizen. I have put my whole life into this house. I have lived there for 46 years. Before there was any businesses, that lot used to be a tree farm. And North Oak was a 2-lane road, and most of it was dirt. It took where my parents lived to where my house is now, which was my grandmother's. It took 30 minutes to get to, and they lived on Inglewood. So to go from Inglewood to 81st Street took 30 minutes because of the roads. And so it has progressed a lot since then. But these are hardships that we will be having to endure. The traffic, the water, the lack of privacy. There'll be more crime. There'll be more kids from the high school that'll be playing around, getting hurt. These are important issues. These are quality of life issues that have to be addressed, that there is no code for. And I think they are more important to have a quality of life that you worked for than to have someone bring in a huge structure that, number one, is not pretty. And nobody's going to want to live there because there is nothing for them there. There's not even a bench out front for them to sit on. So if you please take this in to heart about how our lives are going to be impacted and our property is going to be impacted and the value of what we have spent our lives on, I certainly would appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Ms.
Pray
Sarah,
that
for your testimony today. I really do appreciate it. It's all
Thank
taken
you.
part here.
Thank you.
Is it Miss Glenn
Okay, Jan Byrne.
Byrne? Thank you, Miss Byrne. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I'm sorry that I can't figure out this camera thing. It says it's on, so sorry we messed up there.
You can see it.
So I'm Jan Byrne. I live at 215 Northeast 81st Street. I've lived here for 35 years. Part of my issue is the water, because the water comes up over my creek. If there's any more water that comes into that creek, my driveway and my shed that's on my property will be gone because it can no more water. I've had flooding problems in my basement terribly before that I asked the city for help with, and they just said it wasn't their problem. So I've spent tens of thousands of dollars already dealing with water problems, and I really don't need any more. And the ground by the creek is eroding terribly. Everything's sliding down in there. Well, we have concerns that the proposed project will impact our neighborhood and affect our property values. As has been mentioned before, the traffic is causing dangerous situations. It's impacting the safety of the neighborhood, emergency vehicles going in and out. And I truly am surprised that the city wants something smashed up against the fire department and causing more traffic problems there, because it is a mess for us to try to get out of our street. Yesterday, I was trying to get out to turn left and sat for over 2 minutes because there's so much traffic going up and down North Oak right now. It's really gotten to be a busy road over the years. Plus the emergency vehicles, which they put their red light on to come out, and there's so many cars that don't even pay attention to it. They go flying right through there. So it's just going to cause more congestion of cars going in and out with the fire station, with the businesses there's so many businesses along there, with all the homes that are trying to pull out of the side streets. I'm very concerned about the traffic situation with extra cars. The parking, there is no off-street parking. And according to the plans that the developer gave us or that we found on his website, there are going to be 8 2-bedroom apartments, which he didn't seem to recall, but so that means there are going to be more cars than parking spaces, and there is no off-street parking. So I don't know where people are going to park. That's their problem, I guess. Extra noise, green space is a concern. There is no green space, and the council let that just fly by and said they didn't have to have that. They paid a fee, so they didn't have to have it. Where are these people going to have for a community space or recreation space? Their pets doing their thing. They're going to be in our yards. We are fearful of that they will be in our yards doing that, since that is so located so close to our homes. We also have concerns about the height of the proposed building and the existing homes it's squeezed between right in the middle of our homes. And we're concerned about this affecting our quality of life, our privacy, our security, and the appearance of our neighborhood. 4 stories high in our neighborhood, it just isn't right. The construction of this size is not consistent with this older neighborhood. I know when they met with the commission, the developer, his answer and the city's answer for everything was that it meets codes. But we ask that you take into consideration that protecting our quiet, older, tree-filled neighborhood is maybe more important than just meeting codes. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your testimony as well. Thank you so much. Do we have anyone else out there who'd like to say a few words that is not repetitive on what we haven't already heard?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. Again, thanks to the 2 ladies and the gentleman, Mr. Burke, who spoke today. Any other comments from Mr. Watson or Ms. Jensen?
Chairman Ebbets and members of the board, I'm just gonna take your attention to the plan conditions disposition letter that the City Plan Commission did, because all of the comments, except for the wildlife, are really addressed there. So there, as I stated, the Plan Commission, as a result of hearing the testimony, which this case was heard much the same as normal City Plan Commission cases, which means that the staff presents first, then the applicant presents, then any testimony in support or opposition is heard, and then the applicant is provided the opportunity to respond to those concerns. That's normal process, and that's how it was handled there. So the Plan Commission added condition number 6 that said the developer shall attempt to direct stormwater capture systems towards the public right of way. And then there was also the normal conditions you see with any development, which is the developer must submit a macro storm drainage study from the Missouri licensed civil engineer to the Land Development Division, showing compliance with current adopted standards in effect at the time of submission, including water quality BMPs to the Land Development Division for review and acceptance for the entire development. And we've got a verified and/or improved downstream system conveyance systems or address solutions for impacted properties due to flow contributions from the site. And as Mr. Watson has stated, the idea is that your pre and post conditions are the same, that you do not increase stormwater runoff from your site. And then finally, there was some testimony about the water pressure in the system in this area. And there are conditions by the water department that both state that the developer shall ensure that water and fire service lines should meet current water service department rules and regs. And then number 16 is that the developer shall have a water flow test done to ensure there is adequate water pressure to serve the development. So all of those conditions and all of those concerns that have been testified by the neighbors are addressed in the plan conditions that the City Plan Commission approved.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. All right. Anyone else? Board members, any comments? The applicant, Mr. Best, or to the Jensen Watson team? Not, maybe a motion.
Chair, in case number 128, I would move that the applicant's request be granted consistent with staff report, site plan, CPC conditions contained therein.
Mr.
Okay,
Stiller.
So
can
you're
I-
saying,
Uphold.
Uphold.
okay, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
You
Uphold
The
uphold-
the decision
applicant
of the
is
city
Mr.
plan
Best,
commission.
so.
So to uphold,
You move to uphold the decision of the.
With the CPC,
Correct.
is that what you're, okay.
okay. Uphold the decision of the CPC.
Yes.
Second.
Second from Ms. Mixdorf. And again, thank you to everyone who gave testimony on this. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Ms. Moran, I didn't hear you. Did you say, or maybe?
Aye. Yes, I said aye. Oh. Yes, I'm muted.
All right, thank you. And the chair votes with the motion as well. This passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the decision is upheld,
Yes.
correct?
That's
Yes.
right. So the appeal was denied. The CPC decision was upheld.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We're up against a forced break with city staff for about 10 minutes or 10 minutes. Is that okay?
Can we make it 15?
15, sorry. So we'll come back in 15 at 3:04.
Got a meeting from 3:30 to 4 on the 22nd floor, so I have to
Okay,
leave. and come
so
back.
yeah, 3:30. Hopefully we'll, maybe you can do the next
Another
case and
case
then
or two,
vote.
and then I can come back up.
Yeah. Okay.
Anna coming back?
Ask Jared or Anna, can one of you jump in from upstairs, downstairs?
What did you ask, Andy? I'm sorry.
We,
Uh,
she's coming.
We're starting at 3:05, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, close, real close to this. You got 30 seconds. We're here now, 3:05. Page you on for docket 27.
No, I was just seeing if
Just didn't know if we think we would get through that, or if it's better for me to just step out now and come back when my meeting is done.
Anna should be back up in about a minute. I know that she was just leaving her desk about a minute ago, so.
Are you going to take up the last case before moving forward with the ones?
That's what we're looking at, yeah.
I was just trying to think.
Yeah.
If I have to leave. Approach that.
All right, we're coming back online, right? Okay, so we're going to call docket number 27, case number 17 with an address of 4500 North Brighton Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
While we're waiting on Anna, we can get the applicant promoted and sworn in as this is Anna's case. We have.
I've just promoted a Luke A. Damari, the attorney.
Okay, is
And Anna's back in the room.
that the only one we've got?
That is the only hand raised currently.
Mr. Luke, are you online with me? Could you turn on your camera and use your right hand to be sworn in? Thank you. Do you solemnly, can you say something? I want to make sure you light up.
Oh, yes, I just turned the audio on. You should be able to hear me.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
My name is Luke Demery and I do.
Thank you, Mr. Demery. And associated with your case are 10 administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10. They're found on page 3 of the staff report. Is it okay if we admit those to hear your case today?
And Mr. Chair, I do not have an objection to the exhibits, but for, this is a lot like case 22. I do have an objection to presentation relating to a triplex because that wasn't the original citation and it wasn't the application. But I'll get into that in my presentation. As for the exhibits, we're okay with those.
All right. Good. So we have Anna who's going to present it. So Anna, present the case to us. Thank you.
Can I ask a question quick?
Yeah, sorry.
I have to leave in like 15 minutes. So is it better for me to step out now and come back after my other meeting is done and they can proceed with 4 members, or hold it for 30 minutes and I come back? It sounds like there may be more than a 15-minute.
Would you recommend, Ms. Max?
I have a meeting from 3:30 to 4 on the
Okay.
22nd floor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, I mean, it's hard to predict, but these cases tend to go longer. So it's up to the board if you want to take something that you might get through quicker first.
How long do you
until
think you'll
Randy
be
can
downstairs?
return.
30 minutes max. That's all.
So Mr. Demery, we have we only have 5 members, and one of our members has to go to the 22nd floor for about 30 minutes at 3:30 or 3:25. So we'd like to push your case to where we have 5 board members. Otherwise, you've got to get all of us to agree on your case. What would you like us to do, sir?
And Mr. Chair, if Ms. Mixdorf is returning, then we'll certainly wait. We had set this over just so that we'd have 5 panelists.
Good.
I will be back probably by 4:02.
All right. So we are going to pause your case, sir, and come back to that. Keep in mind, you have been sworn in. So we'd like to move to docket number 6, case number 38 with an address of 4412 Terrace Street. The applicant, please raise their hand. It's like Theodore Anderson, possibly.
He has not responded to Jared's inquiries of attending today.
All right. And he missed the first part of the meeting as well.
To clarify, I emailed him and said, and just was checking in to see if he was planning on attending the hearing. I said that the board attempted to call his case with no applicant present, and that will hold the case until the very end of the docket. And that if no one from the applicant team appears, we can't, hear their side of the argument for the case. And he replied and said, okay. So
Okay, meaning he'll show up, or okay, meaning?
Yeah. So I don't know where he's at.
Okay, we'll pause him to the end of the day.
For Jared's clarification,
Say it again.
Jared's email indicated that if he was not present, he wouldn't be able to give testimony. And the applicant thought that was okay, that he was comfortable with not providing his own testimony for his case.
Well, CPC recommends denial.
That is correct.
So he's not ready to give testimony. Is that what I hear you say?
He is comfortable with not providing testimony for his case.
So that means I hate to decide with no representation.
Well, we can't force him to participate.
This is the first time we're seeing it though, so it hasn't been continued for a series. So
Okay, so let's pause it, and then it'd be my recommendation, we continue it for 1 month to give him a chance. So we'll pause it and then we'll come back to it at the end.
What, that was number 17?
No, that
Public has just raised their hand.
Who did?
Someone from the public.
On this case?
It hasn't been called yet, I guess, but someone did raise their hand.
Okay, I probably won't take testimony from them if it's on this case. So raise it, let them come online and we'll ask real quick.
Sharon has
Oh,
been
it's Matt
connected.
Barnes, staff. Hello, Matt.
Sharon has been connected. They've raised their hand.
Looks
I think
like-
that was
Yeah,
accidental.
Miss Pendleton, if you could take your microphone off mute and turn your camera on. You've been promoted to a panelist.
Sharon, do you wish to provide public testimony on docket item number 6 for 4412 Terrace Street? If so, please unmute yourself and turn on your camera. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, did you recommend continuance to another date, or we're still pushing it
We're
off?
going to pause this one till the end of the day. If Mr. Anderson, Theodore Anderson comes back online, we'll do it. Otherwise, we're going to continue it till the next meeting.
City staff are under the, you will not.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah. Hello, Miss Sharon. We can hear you now.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Are you inquiring about this case 4412 Forest Street? Sharon?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Miss Pendleton, your camera is on, but now your microphone is muted.
There you go. Can you hear us? Miss Pendleton?
Hello?
Yes. Hello, Miss Pendleton. Can you hear us? Miss Sharon?
Hello, can you hear me?
can.
Yes, you hear us? Turn up your volume. Ms. Pendleton?
She's unable
Oh, man.
She did provide testimony at CPC, and I believe it's for the STRs for 4412 Terrace.
Okay, so Ms. Pendleton, I'm not sure you can hear us, but we're probably going to continue this case to the next meeting. That would be November.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear us?
I cannot hear you.
Well, we can hear you well. Are you there?
I'm gonna go ahead and remove her as a panelist. It seems like it's not working.
It's not working. Yeah. All right, so we're going to pause docket number 6 and come back to that maybe in a few minutes. Our next case will be docket number 17 with an address of 700 West 44th Terrace, a fence case. Jennifer Lewis, are you online?
We also have a Ken Pearson.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Case number 132 with an address of 700 West 44th Terrace.
Correct. Ken Pearson has been connected.
Okay. I don't see her yet, but she'll pop up here in just a second.
Ken Pearson is an applicant representing property owner, correct,
Okay.
Justin?
Yes, that's correct.
Hey, Miss Pearson, I can't see her. Can you take her?
This is Ken Pearson. I'm the property owner.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pearson. That's 700 West 44th Terrace, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I need to swear you in. And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth at this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. Please identify yourself to the court reporter.
I'm Kenneth M. Pearson. I live at and the owner of 700 West 44th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri.
Perfect. Sir, there are a list of administrative exhibits. What page are we on? Associated with your case. They are usually found on page number 3.
Okay.
I'll be right there in just a second. And I'm going to ask you if it's okay to admit those for us to hear your case today. It's numbers 1 through 10.
No objection.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by city staff. So Justin, please present.
All right, thank you, guys. I'll be presenting docket item number 17, CD BZA 2022-00132. So this is located at 700 West 44th Terrace. Zoning's R6. And we are requesting a special exception for a fence to exceed the 4-foot height requirement in the side yard on about 0.08 acres at 700 West 44th Terrace. So this site is located in the Plaza Westport area. To be a little more specific, it's in between Summit Street and Jefferson Street on the corner on West 44th Terrace. Here's the site plan that the applicant submitted. As you can tell, it goes around the whole house, and we are looking at the side yard specifically. Here is an example the applicant submitted. It's going to be on a 2.5-foot retaining wall, and it's going to be a 5-foot fence. Here's another example of what it should look like. So the request A is an exception of 1 foot to the side yard fence height requirement of 4 feet for a total height of 5 feet. 4 feet is permitted, 1 foot deviation from the requirement. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. and the difficulty could only be obviated by changes in the design that include changing the height of the fence. That will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Mr. Pearson, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Oh, thank you to the board and for everyone for giving me a chance to speak to you. This is a project whereby we'll be beautifying that portion of our property that abuts Jefferson Street in addition to the wall. I think the photo that the last person presented, that's a photo of something that is on the far side of the opposite end of Jefferson Street. Ours will have stone on it that will match the house. It'll beautify, I think, beautify the neighborhood. Will give us certainly a little bit more privacy. You don't have a photo of it, but this is a new neighborhood, and we're the last house on this street. Our backyard slopes down towards Jefferson Street, so a good portion of the backyard is not really usable. This would help us to level out the backyard, create that fence that you saw, the animation that you saw there, and give us a little bit more privacy. It's part of a larger investment that we're making. This is a new community, the Plaza Heights community. This is one of 4 projects I have ongoing inside and outside the house. This particular project is part of an overall backyard hardscaping. And that's it. I think it would be a beautiful addition to the neighborhood where we own this house, and we care deeply about the neighborhood. We wouldn't do anything that would detract from the look of the neighborhood. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Do we have any public testimony either for or against this? Please raise your hand. Anybody?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pearson, I saw the fence in the animation sitting on top of a rock wall or a stone wall. How high is that stone wall, sir? About?
That's projected to be 2.5 feet.
2.5 feet. Then you'd have 5-foot fence on top of that. So from top to bottom, 7.5.
That's correct. The fence really should be on the inside. In other words, the house side of the wall.
Right.
And so there'll be a little bit of a setback, and it will even out. Right now, the fence running along the back of the property kind of slopes down towards Jefferson Street as well. So the objective there is to kind of even everything out, make it consistent looking.
Right. Did you have any neighborhood objection to your addition?
No, sir. No neighbors. My neighbors have actually supported it. I've spoken to several of them right in the community here. So right on 44th Terrace.
And last but not least, at least for my comment, on the depiction, it showed maybe a 2-inch spacing between the slats. Is that what your intention is, or will it be a solid fence across?
Well, we intend to keep the original fencing that was here. It's called, I believe it's called a shadow box style. So it slats, one on the inside, one on the outside, and then interlaced down throughout the rest of the fence. So we're keeping the original builder's fence.
Right,
Mr. Chair.
All right.
I hope that answers the question. I don't know how to explain it very well, but it's a shadow box style of fence.
Board members, you guys have any questions?
Do you have any photos of your current condition? I'm on Google Maps right now. And it looks like it was last updated in June 2021 when this house was still under construction. I'd like to kind of see how this actually interacts with the rest of the site.
I would have to defer to the contractor. If you want a depiction of it, the actual layout, is that what you're asking for?
Just of your house. If I'm standing on the street looking back at it, I didn't see any in the staff report showing what that would actually look like now.
Showing what it would look like after this is done?
No, just what it looks like currently.
Currently, pardon me. I certainly can provide photos. I mean, I could probably send one to you real time. I suppose I can. I have photos of the house. I would have to see if I can quickly send you one. I'd be happy to. I do have photos of the house.
I was just curious because I look at, obviously this is just a construction photo, but it looks like a large concrete retaining wall. So I wasn't sure how that was interacting with the rest of this proposed area, and if this would be a very large retaining wall then against this entire sidewalk, or how that might.
Yeah, well, in the little, not animation, I guess, but the drawing that you saw there, that's the only retaining wall that we're building, and that will be faced with the same stone that's used on the stairway to the house. So everything will match.
It looks like it's the foundation wall of the house is what I'm
Oh,
saying.
right. Pardon me. Yeah, there is, the foundation wall is, right, that's something different, of course, but this does not touch what the foundation, the northeast corner of the concrete foundation, which is actually where I'm sitting speaking to you right now, is about, I would say, 6 feet from what the current fence line, and we're just proposing to keep the fence line where it is. So we're not moving that out, not moving it in. It's just we're raising it up on top of that new retaining wall that we would build.
Things, applications, just because.
You can't share your screen, can you, sir, with a photo of your current house?
Can you walk?
Yeah, let me see here. Share a screen. I'm more of a WebEx guy, but let me see what I can.
There's a ribbon at the bottom of your screen that'll
Share screen. Sure, yeah, I see it. Share screen. Okay, and let me see if there's a way for me to search for a photo. Files. Video box.
The reason I ask is because the foundation wall, just in this image, looks very high already. So I was just concerned that if we're adding another 7.5 feet, continuing that already high retaining or foundation wall, I just wasn't sure how that was going to interact with the sidewalk and the streetscape.
Sure. Yep, no, legitimate question. Let me see if I can get a photo and let me see Google. Let's see, Microsoft. There's no way to access my own and browse my own files. I'm not seeing a way to do that. It says Box, Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive, or Microsoft SharePoint. There's no option for me to browse my own photos, as far as I could tell.
Add it as a background.
Sorry, say again, didn't catch that.
You make it a background?
Background, okay. Stand by. I think our contractor might have just saved the day here. Stand by. If there is a photo of the. Okay, yes, she did. She just sent in a photo. And is there, let me see, would it be okay if I just emailed this to you and maybe you guys can put it up? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to share it, or I have a photo all queued up for you that I could send to an email address, if that's acceptable.
Can you not just hit share screen at the bottom?
Oh, okay, all right.
I meant that as an exhibit then.
Yep, share screen. Share. All right.
If you need to email it, that's fine. If you had it pulled up, I thought maybe that.
Okay, that's not working. What is that email address? Apologies.
We would need to take another case and break for it because Justin would have to go back to his computer, retrieve the photo, and then put it on that computer because that computer is not connected to any of our emails.
Okay. May make one more attempt here. Let me see, open attachment.
I think everyone else on the board is fine not seeing the photo, so we can.
Okay, I actually have it now. Let me see. Okay, I mean.
It's okay.
I apologize. I'm just not able to make it happen.
Any other board members have questions or comments? Time with you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Uh,
Mr. Stiller.
in case 132, I move that the board grant the special exception in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Garnes. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
The motion passes. Good luck with your project, sir.
All right, thank you very much, board. Appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah, no, it'll be safe. We ain't going anywhere. All right, the next case is docket number 19. Case number 137 with an address of 1864 East 76th Terrace. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
I'm promoting Brian Miller.
Great.
Brian Miller has been connected.
Hello, Mr. Miller. Could you raise or could you turn on your camera and microphone, please?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Yes,
Solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this case hearing today.
I do.
Thank you. State your name for the court reporter.
My name is Brian Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. We need to admit some exhibits for your case today.
Okay.
And they are labeled 1 to 10. No, 1 to 9. It's on page 3 of your staff report. And do you allow us to admit those for your hearing?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. Part of that is Najma's presentation to us. So Ms. Mohammed, you have the floor.
Okay. Okay, before us, we have docket item number 19, case CDBZA 2022-00137, located at 1864 East 76 Terrace. This is an R5 district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the accessory uses and structure standards to have an accessory structure in the rear yard larger than 200 square feet. This is the location of the subject site in the slope area part of the city. This is an overview or an aerial view of the subject site. This is the overview or floor plan for the detached structure. This does say detached garage, but it is in my understanding that this is not meant for vehicular use. Our accessory uses and structure standards require that any detached structure, accessory structure that is not for vehicular use is less than 200 square feet. So the first variance is to the building footprint and a deviation of 400 square feet from the maximum allowed. The second is a slight variance to the height, the way that the height of any structure is measured by code is the midpoint between the highest beam in this part. And that resulted in a deviation of 0.31 feet from the maximum height allowed, and they were requesting a variance for the height of the structure as well. This is an overview of those variances, and that concludes my staff presentation.
Thank you, Najma.
Thank you.
Sir, why should we grant your case today? Why should we approve your case, Mr. Miller?
Well, thank you for hearing my case this afternoon. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. So I'm looking for a variance on the code because my wife and I just moved to Kansas City this summer from the West Coast. We are looking to settle down and really invest in this neighborhood and on our street. And so I am a painter. The structure, the plans you saw did say detached garage. It is not. We are going to be using it. I'm going to be using it as an artist studio. So we are planning on really investing in this neighborhood and putting down roots here in KC. And so what I'm really looking to do is set up a working artist studio here in the Marlboro neighborhood. And this studio will follow the general look of the main house. So it's not going to be a barn. It will have nice siding, aesthetically pleasing to the neighborhood. From what you could even see from the street, it is somewhat and will be tucked behind the main house. So it won't necessarily even be too visible from the main street of 86 Terrace. So and just overall, this studio has been somewhat of a dream of mine. So yes, so I'm asking for a variance in the code for making it a bit bigger than the 200 square feet that the code allows.
Okay. And the style of the accessory building will be the same style as your existing home?
The style of the accessory building is a single sloped roof. The main home is not a single sloped roof. It's more of a craftsman style, but we are looking to do the siding and the windows and keep the general aesthetic of this building in the same style and color scheme of the main house.
Okay. All right.
If it does help, I do have some pictures I could share screen of what the property looked like when we moved in, and what I have a photoshopped rendering of what we're hoping it to look like somewhat when it is done.
Sure. Go ahead and share that screen with us.
Okay. All right.
And I will ask you to email this exhibit, which will be exhibit number 10, to us when you're completed with the hearing.
Okay. All right. Please. Oop. All right, share. Okay. Can you see this image?
Yes.
Okay. So when we got here, there was already a dilapidated shed in the backyard. This is the back corner, and you can see somewhat of a tape measure here. This is where the proposed building would be going. So getting rid of this old shed that has been there. And then what we're hoping it to look like is this other view. So something similar to this.
Right.
So we're hoping, this by no means, in my opinion, would be any eyesore. And what you can't see is right behind in my neighbor's property is another large, I guess you might even call it accessory building, that neighbors are at the back of our property. And so by all means, we are hoping that this beautifies the neighborhood in any respect. And I have spoken to numerous neighbors across the street and directly next to us, and they have all shown support for this project. So I've had no objections.
Thank you for that. Do we have any public testimony in the audience, either for or against this project? Anybody raising their hand?
No one appears in person and no one has raised their hand online.
Thank you. Has no relevance. What part of California are you coming from?
The Santa Barbara area.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone? Anyone have questions, comments, motion?
Mr. Chair, in case 137, I move that the board grant the requested variances consistent with site plan and staff report.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck with your project, Mr. Miller.
Thank you very much. Thank you, committee. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Kansas City.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We're jumping now to, no, we can't because Mixdoor's not here. Is it 19? No, it's 21, isn't it? 21. So we need Randy. And after that one, jumping to 27. Randy for that. He's 15 minutes away.
You want to handle the decision relating to docket item number 6?
Yeah, let's go.
As
do that.
previously stated, we do not expect the applicant today.
Okay, so continue to the November docket. Is that what you're
You
suggesting?
could either continue or dismiss it.
Okay,
If we continue it, will that won't create a quorum, will it, Sarah?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
No.
I don't want to give the applicant a chance to testify, although he says he's not.
I mean, I don't see the harm in continuing it at least once because we went ahead and granted rehearings to what, 2 people that, you know what I mean? After
Yeah.
this, we might as well just at least
Yeah.
continue it once and figure out
So
what's
I'll
going on.
entertain a motion on docket number 38 to continue this to the November 8th docket.
Case number 38, I move that we continue this to the November 8th docket
With no fee.
with no fee.
All right, do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's been continued. So we only have 2 more. And they both need Mixdorf.
561 Harrison. I believe we sent a reestablishment of quorum email out. I just don't think.
Correct, but we need
I-
Mixdorf on that one, don't we?
Yep, and along with Mixdorf, we need the applicant who is not in the attendees list either.
Oh.
What case is that?
That's the 561 Harrison, docket 21. Case number 27. Remember that one?
I do.
Is he ever there, Jared, today?
No. He was not here today.
And the applicant has failed on several occasions to appear.
Yeah, I thought he wasn't here for September 22nd and we moved him to October.
Then no further communication?
Jared?
I haven't heard anything from him. Nope.
Well, we need Mixie here. Well, no, we don't. Maggie, you still with us?
Yes.
So Maggie, this is a case that we've heard back when Teresa Otto was here. It's about a unit on 561 Harrison Street. They wanted to allow more units than what was allowed. So
we had asked for a better site plan.
yeah, we asked for a
So
better site plan and
the off-street parking that he thought he could accommodate.
right. So he's still got, Maggie, he's still got 4 units in this complex. He was asking for 5. He was asking for another unit. And
Yeah, I'm a little confused because it says it was, the last time it was continued was in August. So
Yeah.
has there been a time before when he didn't show up?
yeah, I mean, I would, as chair, I would entertain a motion for dismissal.
But on what dates did he not show up? Because I saw the hearing where he did show up.
He hasn't shown up twice now. This will be the 3rd no-show, I believe. Is that right? No, he was there in August. September, he was not here. Last month, he was not here.
Right.
In June, he wasn't here.
Well, but he was here sometime because we sent him back to get us a better site plan. Parking. I remember doing that, but I don't remember that was June or July.
Well, I think the hearing I watched was from May 10th.
Could
where
be.
we established the quorum.
Right.
And just to summarize, because it's kind of in terms of what you were summarizing earlier with the units, Mr. Ebbets, there's 4 units allowed by code. They have a CLNU to allow 5 units. 6 units on the property exist today, and there's a code case. And they have a request for a variance so they can have 7 units.
It says here, though, it says to allow a 5-unit residential structure.
And then they have a duplex in the back.
In the back.
Yeah, it's a confusing.
But isn't the 5-unit building, that was like a basement unit? It's really 4 in that building and 1 in the basement, as I recall. Gentlemen, do you agree?
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
then,
they were going to add the one in the basement. That had never existed before, I believe.
Mhm.
I agree with you, Maggie.
But
So,
and their CLNU is for the building to just be a triplex with the duplex in the back. So 5 total on the property, 3 in the building. Existing today is 4 in the building, 2 in the duplex. The request is for 7 total, 5 in the building, including the basement. I don't know if we're talking about the merits of the case at this point or not, but that's the.
so Jared, if we dismiss this, would he still be allowed his 4 and 2?
He would be allowed 3 and 2.
Whatever is permitted by the existing CLNU.
Which is more than what is allowed by code.
So 3 and 2.
But he had 4 units originally when the building was built, right? So
That's what I recall. He's 4 in the main building and 2 in the back. And then he wanted to add a 5th, I thought, building.
If I may,
There's that.
Yeah.
Mr. Duddy, would you like to comment?
yes, sir. Originally, the structure was 4 units on the front half, duplex in the back. The CLN was applied for, requesting and moving it to 3 units on the building in the front and with the remaining duplex in the back. The current CLN, the current CLN allows for 3 units. They're trying to amend the CLN to allow them back to 4, but the current CLN allows for 3 units in the front and then the duplex in the back.
Okay. He could add any way he wants. CLN.
Hey, Maggie, you with us?
yes, yes.
So I'm entertaining a motion to dismiss this case. You okay with that, or do you think,
I'd probably continue it one more time just because this is such a harsh result. If, he's got 4 units, but he can only use 3 of them. It seems to me maybe give him a month to come in and.
all right, we'll give him to November 8th, and if he doesn't show, we're going to cut it loose, I think.
That sounds great to me.
Okay, great.
And
All right,
for clarification-
motion to continue case number 27 to the November 8 docket. Thank you from Mr. Stiller. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, it's continued to November 8th.
Was this 28 or 21?
That was 21, Maggie.
Okay, all right, you said 28. But
I
so-
said,
okay.
I apologize. Case number 27 was, I should have said, to November 8th. All right.
Docket item number 21, case number 27.
Yes, thank you very
Okay,
much.
all right, I got it.
All right, we're down to the last one. And it's 10 to 4.
Next door for that.
We do.
10-minute break.
Yes.
Under 12.
So, Mr. Demery, I know you're still in line. We need Randy Mixdorf to be here. She said she'd be back here by 4 o'clock, so we'll come on back at 4 o'clock. We'll take a short 10-minute break or as soon as she comes back. Are you with me? Is he promoted? It's okay.
He's still linked to the meeting.
Mr. Chair, I am. I'm sorry. I was in my office, but I have it on audio in there, so I had to run across the office.
So-
I'll see you all in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, we're calling back. We now have our five-person attendees for the last case. So I'm calling case docket number 27, case number 17 with an address of 4500 North Brighton Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? Mr. Demery?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I am promoted already as
You
a
and
participant.
you recall that I did swear you in earlier today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you've said it was okay to admit the exhibits labeled. Sorry, I've got to get out of the screen. I apologize. Okay. All right. Exhibits 1 to 10, they've been admitted, and you had some concerns about one of the exhibits, as I recall, Mr. Demery.
And Mr. Chair, it's not a specific exhibit. This is a lot like case 22 in that the application was regarding the number of units that were on the particular plat of property. And then the denial was due to one of those units being a triplex. And so my objection was simply that the triplex issue is outside the purview of the original CLNU and shouldn't really be considered. That's really not what we're here today for, is a triplex. So that was my sole objection.
Okay, but we're here on case number 17, right? Not the Brighton case.
No, we're here on, yes, it is case 17.
Yes, and yes. So, do you present?
I will present.
Okay, so Anya will present the case at this time.
Okay. To conclude today's meeting, we're going to go over docket item number 27 for 4500 North Brighton Avenue. Property is currently zoned R6 and the applicant is appealing determinations related to a denied CLNU certificate of legal non-conforming use. The subject property is in the northern portion of Kansas City, sort of southwest of Pacomo. This is the close-up of the subject property highlighted in yellow. You can see that as in the intersection of Northeast 44th Terrace and North Brighton Avenue. And there's currently 5 pieces of structures on the particular site. What we are here to discuss today is primarily focused on 4904 Northeast 44th Terrace. The property owner requested a CLNU for the 5 structures to be on one property. That is in our current zoning code, that is not permitted to have 4 structures on one lot. But as I mentioned, these particular property, or excuse me, structure in question is 4904 Northeast 44th Terrace, and it is circled in white on my screen. So this here are some existing conditions of the subject site. So this view are on North Brighton Avenue looking west. This is if you are on Northeast 44th Street looking north, and you can see the property has been indicated, the 4904 Northeast 44th Terrace. And there's also a structure that sits kind of back behind on the property that is hidden by the trees, but it is pictured also on the screen. And some additional photos of the mailbox situation on the subject site. So you can see all of the number of units and structures associated with this particular property. So to go over some points of the zoning code, a detached house in the R6 zoning district, completely permitted. A multi-unit house, however, in the R6 district is prohibited. It is first permitted in the R2 district with a special use permit. That's not really what we're talking about today. As well with a multiplex in the R6, it is prohibited, first permitted in a R2 zoning district. So the single family homes permitted, but more denser structures not permitted. For this particular property, it was annexed into the city around 1950. This is a aerial of the subject property from 1964. You can see that there are 4 structures on this particular lot. The development compliance team, they have determined that the 4 structures, can I go back? The 4 structures on the subject property, as you can see it here, were annexed into the city in that condition. And a CLNU could be permitted for those 4 structures. This item is kind of difficult to read because it's a scan of a scan, but I'm showing you that the development compliance team has done their due diligence in researching permits, historic permits, to show that the 4 structures were legally permitted at the time. Now, however, what comes into question is that 5th structure that I pointed out earlier. So here are some more images of the poll directory showing the 4 originally cited structures from the time of annexation. And then at some point in time, a 5th structure was moved to the subject site and then illegally converted into 3 units. City staff does not have documentation that that structure that I pointed out, the 4904 Northeast 44th Terrace, was ever legally converted into 3 units. This is some photographs of the subject site. So some key points in regards to this project, that this case, that the entire area was annexed around 1950, that all of the single family structures do appear to have been legally established. However, for that 5th unit, that 5th structure of 4904 Northeast Terrace, which was at some point illegally converted into 3 units, which caused the investigator to not approve the CLNU. If the structure was still a single family structure, the CLNU could be approvable according to the development compliance team, but Mr. Duddy, who is the supervisor of that team, can provide more testimony on that subject. Like I stated, we do not have official documents that it was ever legally converted into the 3 units. And we cannot grant a partial CLNU. So yes, that one non-conforming structure does affect the rest of the structures and making the whole site attainable for that CLNU. That concludes my staff presentation. Mr. Duddy can also provide additional testimony. We can take any questions at this time. Thank you.
Right. So again, I've got a quick question for you.
Yep.
So there, many years ago, there were just 4 units on the property. Then
Correct.
somehow a 5th home was brought in,
Correct.
and that 5th home has 3 apartments within it.
Correct. It was converted into a 3-unit structure.
So 4 units are fine. The
Correct.
5th unit, no matter what size it is non-conforming. Is that correct?
And Mr. Duddy can clarify. I believe the 5 structures are approvable, but without a doubt, the fact that that 5th structure was converted illegally into the triplex prevents the entire site from obtaining the CLNU.
And I'm not sure whether I saw it in your photos. Do we have separate metering for that 3-unit building?
That back up.
Like separate utilities? I can't tell from those pictures.
There's a photo of the light box, the water meter. There's just one meter.
One electric coming in.
Mr. Duddy, can you provide more testimony on the utility layout for 4904 Northeast 44th Terrace? It's after 4 o'clock. I actually don't know if he's online anymore.
Okay. Let's see him online.
Uh-oh. It's after 4 o'clock, so he's
I
probably,
understand. Yeah.
my apologies.
Mr. Demery, what's your comments today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll start out, I think you saved the best for last. We've got an actual, what I believe to be a true life hero that will present his testimony today through a video testimony through my presentation. But we're here today on an appeal from the February 3rd, 2022 denial of a request for CLNU for numerous structures. And to answer some of the board's questions as we go along, and I'll certainly entertain questions afterwards, but I don't believe that the fifth structure, the fact that it's a fifth structure, there's still enough area space for it to fit within a zone R6. I think the real issue, a lot like I was saying, a lot like case 22, is that this fifth structure, the site, or not even the citation, but the report is indicating that that fifth structure is a triplex. And what I'll show you here today is that the structure should not be the determining factor first and foremost, and that it's not being used as a triplex. There's no citation. To give the board just a little bit of background, this started out with my client rehabbing the premises, kicking out the criminal elements. And when he had finished one of the 4 units, I believe it's the one that you saw in the picture to the back and to the right, he called to have the licensing come out and have the power turned on. And that license, or that permit, the permit to turn the power on, has been stayed until we can resolve this issue. And so we're coming up now on the year mark where we've had that unit rehabbed and just not been able to put anybody in it. But it is one of the other 4 units that we were asking for originally. So there's no citation on this. The request for CLNU was what the city had instructed Mr. Klein to do, and he undertook that on his own and did his best. And so we're here today to ask you, much like case 22, to take a look at what this is really being used for. And to start off my presentation, let me see, now I'm technologically challenged, but I dropped all of this in a PowerPoint. So let me see if this works. So I just click share screen.
And that'll be exhibit number 11, Mr. Demery and Damari. And if you could email that to staff when we're done.
I do have it. I believe he sent it my way.
Okay, thank you. So we've got it. Go ahead.
Well, it doesn't look as though this is opening. I can't tell if it's opened on your end. Maybe because it has the video in it as well, it may take just a little bit. So to start with, and this kind of addresses one of the questions that came up in case number 22, where there was, in that case, 4 structures instead of 5. And then the gentleman had brought in a trailer, I believe, which put him over the limits, and the trailer wasn't permitted. And this kind of answers some of the board's questions. So starting with the law, how can we overturn the decision that is out there and give my client the relief that he needs? And then I'll move on to the why. But on the how portion, and procedurally, appeals fall under 88-575-01. And you can see that pursuant to the Code of Ordinance, appeals appropriate anytime there's been an error in any order, requirement, decision, or determination made in the enforcement of the code. So one of the things that we'll ask for is a finding of error at the end of our presentation. But then to answer the question earlier, and this is the second part of, can you see page 1, the code?
We can't see your PowerPoint.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe I don't have it started. Let me see if I do this just document by document, if that works better. Can you see it now or no?
See you.
So you'll click share screen, and then it'll prompt you to choose which screen, and you have to click that, or else your screen won't share.
Share screen, and then I click 2 probably. Well, I did say I was technologically challenged. Let me see, this should be opening up over here.
Still don't see your screen. You might have to click share screen, and then you click the screen that you'd like to share, and then click the share button. There it goes.
It's
We
sharing.
can see your screen now, though it's dark.
And what about now? Can you see it now? Well, it just disappeared on me too.
We see your desktop now.
Thank you. And I'm not sure why the document's not opening. Can you see the document now?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. And I think I'm seeing the problem. It keeps popping up this Adobe thing trying to open it, so. And I might be able to go back to the PowerPoint if it's going to show up on the other screen. Let me try that again and see if it's a little bit easier. Are you able to see my document 1 now?
Yes.
You say yes?
Yes, if you blow it up a little bit bigger somehow, maybe not.
I wish I knew how to do that. I had the gal that originally filed this. She was a computer genius, a savant, and I am not. So here's what I'll do. I'll read it for you. So this is really straight out of our code. But of course, 88-57501 tells us that we need to find error in any order, requirement, decision, or determination. And then if we look on across, and this is under 88-57508, and I think that this would have answered the question in case 22 as well. The code tells us that you as the board are granted all of the powers of the official from whom the appeal was taken, and you may reverse or affirm wholly or partially, or may modify the decision being appealed. And I wanted to add this in because I think it's important. I think that it gets us the resolution that we need at the end of the day. So today, to start with, I'm going to look at 3 aspects of the decision. The first being, what was the actual variance request that was made? And we'll take a look at the request. And then second, we'll look at the investigative report. And I don't know that there's a contention with the number of homes being there, which was the original request, the number of homes. And then, of course, third, getting to what is now being identified as the issue, and that's the triplex. And what I'll show you is that under prevailing law, that it's not being, well, and the facts as well, I'll present witnesses and show you that it's not being used as a triplex, and that you could grant the original request, thus finding error and overturning the appeal or modifying that appeal to grant the CNLU for 5 units. If sometime in the future we decided to start using that as a triplex, we would certainly have to make a request for variance. I think that under R6, there's a special use is already permitted for a duplex. But that would be down the road, and if we're using it, if we ever decided to use it as a triplex, but you'll see that that's just not what we have in front of us today. So let's first look at the actual issue before the BZA. And on this, and again, I'm hoping that you can see this. I don't know if maybe this blows it up. Yeah, there we go. Although I put two documents on here and it's not going to let me blow the whole thing up. But really my purpose in showing you this exhibit is to show you what the original request was. And so again, Mr. Klein, my client, he was, when this issue first came up with them refusing to turn the power on and having a stay on issuing the permit, he was instructed to go down and to file a CNLU for the number of structures. And so that's what you see in Exhibit 2 is that he identifies it as multiple buildings on one lot. And then, in fact, if we turn to the last page, it'll even show you that it's the number of units was 5 is what he was looking for in the original request. Next, if we look at the denial itself, so then going to the denial, the reason for the denial is because of the triplex. So again, this is 4904 Northeast 44th Terrace. and it says it was originally constructed as a single family dwelling, but that the city didn't find evidence that it was legally converted into a triplex. And so again, this is where the triplex issue first comes up for us. So the denial doesn't actually address the request, the number of homes. Again, I think that we'll see when we go through the documents. I don't believe the city can test that either. I will tell you from a damage standpoint, that permits still has the refurbished premises on hold. And so it's been sitting vacant, and Mr. Klein has not been able to recover any of his investments into these properties. And we'll get into that later as well about the why person. But it brings me to my second point, and that's going to take us to the investigative report. And if we look at the investigative report, and I think this was presented, there was some question as to whether or not there could be a fifth home, and hopefully this will answer that question. So you can see from the investigative report under reasons that the city says that the reason for either approving or denying the CNLU, and this is the recommendation report, is it starts by saying that the 4 single-family dwellings were legally constructed. Now, these were constructed prior to the 1950s when the zoning came through. And then it goes on to tell us that the final structure was legally moved in 1967. It was the foundation for it was legally constructed in 1967. But that there was no evidence that the resident was legally converted into a triplex. So again, what we're going to ask you at the end of the day is to find that all 5 of the structures are permitted and legally conforming, and then let's deal with the issue that's been raised with the triplex. And so this takes me to my next point. And this again is the triplex. And so this is an email correspondence between myself and Ms. Johnson, and I'm sorry, between Lillian Mailer, who originally had the file, and Ms. Johnson. And again, Ms. Johnson was explaining that the certificate of legal nonconformance was denied because of the triplex was not lawfully established. And then it's important, the city goes on and says they do not dispute that the 4 single-family dwellings were established prior to annexation. So again, I don't think that the issue that we have before us is whether or not we can have the 5 units here. I think it's just simply the use of that last unit. And so getting to the uses, and had to dig back a ways to find something that dealt with specific cases that dealt with uses of premises. And again, my job here today is to try and give you the tools so that you can rule in my client's favor. And I did find a very old case. Now it's from 1951, and I'll tell you that this case was following the return of soldiers from World War II. And so there was a big call for units and for affordable housing. I think that we have some of those same elements present today. I think that affordable housing has become a real issue. And I think that that's something that you'll see is addressed by my client, Mr. Klein. But if we look at the Willett case, what happened was the city had come out and during their inspection had discovered that there were a number of partitions that were being put up in her basement. Now, the purpose of the partitions, it was alleged, was to house more than the requisite number of persons in the home. And what we found in the Willett case was that as the and I'm sorry, it jumped pages on me. But what we found in the Willett case was that the court looked at the partitions being put up and said there was no testimony, there was no evidence by the city that the premises was actually being used as a multifamily dwelling. And that Ms. Willett, in fact, testified and said she didn't put the partitions up. And in the end, what the court found was that, it was the city's burden to show that the residence was actually being used as, in this case, multi-person dwelling. And in our case, being used as a triplex. And this leads me to, so today, the other thing that I'm going to present is to show you Hopefully this is the how do you get to ruling for my client to overturn the decision and to come to the right decision. And the next part being the why. And so in my presentation, in addition, I was going to present the testimony of one of the tenants. And before we get there, I thought I would take the board to the simple preamble for the city and our city's constitution. And it shows us what our job is and what we're supposed to be doing, what we're here for today. And it says, we, the people of Kansas City, Missouri, recognize the importance of building a strong government through partnerships with citizens, neighborhood, businesses, and institutions. We celebrate the vigor of our great city as a community that respects and includes the contributions of all towards the city's vitality and creative. Yes.
Mr. Montgomery, excuse me.
Yes.
We can all read the preamble. We know that.
Thank you.
I think the case in front of us, and you're doing a great job, sir, but we're barking against the clock here in about 15 to 20 minutes.
Sure. And so let me
wait, just give me 1 second, then you can continue your presentation. The city's not disputing 5 homes on the property. What it is disputing is one of the homes has got 3 different tenants within it. If it's your testimony today that that 5th unit has only 1 resident, I'm not sure that we even need to be here. You understand what I'm asking you, Mr. Demery?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I should have been more conscious of my time, especially as late as we are in the evening. And so what I would ask, and in addition, I'll have some other evidence to present. I've got an affidavit from one of the persons who lives there that's going to talk about, and it's real short, but about how the property has been improved. And then I have a video from my client. He's actually a commander for 28 Green Berets, and he's stationed in the middle of the desert. One time when we called in, he was in the middle of the sea. He's out there leading our troops, and not just our troops, but our elite troops. I mean, this man truly is a hero. But to answer the board's question, maybe more directly to the point, there's 2 things. So one of them is actually in your packet. In your packet, there is the rent rolls, and I've pulled it up on our screen to show you the rent rolls. But what the rent rolls are going to show you is that this this alleged triplex is currently only being rented to a single family. And in addition, and if we could, I have asked, and I brought the property manager, and her name is Tosh Morant, and I believe that she's online. If it would help, if we could have Miss Morant log on and answer the question about that this is being used as a single family, maybe that'll answer the board's question and get to the point.
I need to swear her in before she gives testimony. If you're with us, either visually or audio. Mr. Demery.
She has been connected. Can you stop sharing your screen, Mr. Demery, so we can?
Yes. How do I do that? I'm so sorry. Do I just close it or?
At the top of your screen, there's a little pull down menu, and it'll prompt you to stop sharing.
Stop video, or is there something else on here?
Stop share.
I'm gonna stop your sharing. I think I have that ability.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank
All
you.
right. Who's your witness, sir, that you'd like to bring in?
Tosh Morant.
Where is she? Is that her?
Yeah, she's been connected.
Hello, Tosh. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth at this hearing today?
Yes.
And what's your name? State your name for the record.
Tasha Morant.
Thank you. And do you reside at one of these units?
No, I don't. I'm the property manager.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and give us your testimony, ma'am.
I can just say that it has been operating as a single family home. We have 2 families living there that are related. I can answer any questions you have. I know that we have done a lot to make things better. The families like living there. They did a lot of Our property owner did a lot of upgrades when he took over this property.
The key is, in my mind, that this unit, we're calling it not 4904 Northeast 44th Terrace, number A, B, and C, is only used for one family.
They are one family.
And there's no intent, this is your testimony as property manager, there's no
Mhm.
intent to rent units B and C to some other family,
No, there's not.
okay?
Have modifications been made to the home to make that not possible?
No, it has, well, one of the units is completely, it cannot be used. It hasn't been modified not to be used, but it isn't being used.
Is there a plan and a timeline in place to make those modifications? I'd be concerned that if there's only the one family rented now, if that ability is still there, that it'd
Right.
be easy for it to be rented out in the future.
Right.
Our property owner has made it clear that that's not what he wants to do. I guess he could put something in writing, but we've been instructed to keep it as it is with the one family so that he can move on with his other properties.
I have a question. How many bedrooms are in this units that are being used right now?
2 bedrooms each.
In 4904, each unit has 2 bedrooms, is that, I don't understand that.
What do you mean?
Oh,
The family's using all 4 bedrooms?
Yes. One family is using all 4 bedrooms.
Separate units?
Yes.
Okay. Not that it matters, in the drop down, Mr. Demer, are you still with me? In the drop down for rent rolls, it shows 3 units, A, B, and C, each with 1 bedroom, each with 1 bathroom. And yet it's, I just heard her say something different a second ago, your property manager.
No, and I think that that's just a misunderstanding. So when the property was originally sold to my client, and again, I have his video testimony for you, but when it was originally sold to my client, it was sold to him as a triplex. But when the issue with the triplex came up, he did not rent it as a triplex. He hasn't been renting it as a triplex. And that was my indication. This is a lot like case 22. If we were cited, we would come through with an abatement and we would have abated the violation by using it for a single family. But in this case, I think that you'll see, and you know, if my client could testify as well, he'll testify that he's not using it. If we decide to use the property as something else, again, my belief is that even under the current code, we could apply for a special use and have it used as a duplex. And that would avoid the multifamily altogether, but that's a conversation that he and I'll have to have.
Well, I thought Anna presented, wasn't that prohibited? The duplex and the multiplex were both prohibited on this. It was only the single family in the beginning of her slide deck.
And I just think that's error under the code. Now, again, I don't think that the duplex would be permitted, but for a special use, I think that we would have to apply for a special use under R6 in order to have it used as a duplex, is my belief.
Mr. Demery, again, and your property managers, my concern when they have 3 separate mailboxes for 4904 A, B, and C, that is a triplex unit, sir.
And this is very, very much like the Willett case in that there are 3 mailboxes there. It says A, B, and C. It was sold as a triplex. The city said sometime prior to 1975, they believed that it was being used as a triplex. So for the last 50 years. So certainly that wasn't something that we knew going into this. If it would help to, again, if this were a violation situation and they said, well, you can't have 3 mailboxes, then we'd go take 2 mailboxes off the post. But those mailboxes don't indicate or show that these units are being used, that this is being used as a triplex. What the rent rolls show you is that in fact it's not. There's 0 rental income coming in. You have the property manager testifying saying that she's not using it for that. And again, I've texted the owner himself, and I'm in hopes that he'll still be able to log on today, and he can provide you testimony as to that effect as well.
I guess my still stands. Gosh. All right, there's a lot of feedback.
Too much feedback.
Demery, can you please mute yourself? Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Even if they're not renting it to 3 different entities right now, it still has the possibility to do that. And that's still my concern. If even if they're not, it's one family right now, and maybe it will be for 4 more years, but after that, how do we confirm that it's still a single family if it's still set up as a triplex? So unless there are construction measures that are going to be taken to completely convert it back to a single family home, I don't know how else we get away from the triplex aspect of this.
I agree. And that's being a problem for me right now because Mr. Duddy's not here. So I don't know why he's considering it the triplex. I mean, I'm assuming there's some sort of physical evidence that he's looking at, but he, in his investigation, he would be able to provide us with photographs and a demonstration of, of the interior of that house and how it appears to be set up. So we're got like half the case being presented here.
And with 3 different doors to go into the residence at 4904, it gives me pause to say that it's not being used that way. I know your testimony is not, but that's this week, maybe not in a year from now. So I'd almost want to see some construction to take away 2 of those doors to make it a true single family home.
Yeah, and again, I believe that under current precedent, that what we need to look at is how the property is being used. Certainly, the city could put out spot inspections or something if they believe the property was going to be used as something different. But a lot like the partitions case, to say that the partitions are there to say that 2 doors exist and so it's being used as something different. There's no evidence. There is literally no evidence of that. And that was one of the basis that you can use to find errors, that there's not evidence to say that it's being used as a triplex. And back to that use. So we're here today with Mr. Klein and Mr. Klein's use of the property. And if we could, I'd ask the panel to hear from him too. I mean, this gentleman has put in a lot of money and a lot of time investing in our city, getting the criminal element out of our city. I have an affidavit from one of his tenants that speaks to all of these things about the persons that used to live there and the drugs and the criminals that wandered around at night, because one of the persons was a drug dealer and the prior property owner allowed that drug dealer to stay because the person paid with cash. And so we're not here today about how that prior property owner that let the drug dealers in and let them live there and refused to even make the most basic upgrades so this man would have a shower. We're not here about that man. We should have been, the city should have cited him for it, but that's not what we're here for. We're here because this man has refurbished this premises. He's invested in our community. His intents to move back here. And what he gets for that is that now we're saying, well, somebody back 50 years ago in 1975 did it wrong. And so we're going to sanction you for this. And that is exactly what the case tells us that we can't do. We're here today about the use, and all the evidence that you'll hear will say that it's currently a single family. If we decide to use it as more, we can apply for a special use. I do think that it can be approved as a duplex as well. But if you could, I don't know if Mr. Klein is on. If he's not, I have a video of him that I'd like to play for the board before we run out of time.
He's been connected.
Is he there?
He's been.
Yes, Luke, I just got on.
So Mr. Klein, give me a second here. I need to swear you in for the meeting today. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
And could you state your name, please, for the court reporter?
Brent Klein.
Thank you. Go ahead, tell us your testimony.
I'll just start out with a quick intro on how we purchased the property and then try to get to the issue at hand, so we don't have to stay here much longer. As Mr. Demery said, I'm a platoon commander at SEAL Team 7. Luke, not Green Berets, man. Sorry. I'm out here in San Diego. I'm on my 5th tour. I've done 2 deployments with the SEALs, and we bought this property in 2020, right before my 2nd deployment, between me and my wife. We did purchase it as a triplex. So there was 4 single families and a triplex on there. All of the documentation that I had prior to purchasing the property stated that it was legally operating as a triplex. That's why you have the units A, B, and C, and it is built as a triplex right now. As Tasha mentioned earlier, it is not being operated as a triplex. One of those units is completely demoed, and the other unit is they're on one single lease between a family. Our intent for purchasing the property was to renovate it. It was pretty bad when we first got it. I've dropped about $200,000 of my own money and then also loans to try to renovate this. And overall, the issue that I am trying to get to is that we are allowed to continue improving in this area. I do plan to continue improving this specific property, but also the other properties that I invest in Kansas City. As of right now, there are no specific construction plans to make it operate as a single family. You mentioned maybe sealing off the doors, removing mailboxes. I do not have those plans right now. We are just operating it as a one single family that's renting it. If we do need to do something where we have to add that construction, that does take a lot of money out of my pocket. I do have to add, we're estimating probably $30,000 to $40,000 to make it a single family home, not to mention the money that I will lose from the rental income by not having 3 units. And then also not to mention the extra unit that I haven't been able to rent out for actually 2 years. So I hope that gives enough information from my side. I'm standing by for any questions for anybody at the board.
Couple of questions. How many kitchens are in the house?
There's 3 kitchens.
Okay. So if I remember right, I don't think there's anything in the building code that says you can't have 3 separate entrances into a single family house, but I know you can't have 3 kitchens. So I think the only way you get out of the triplex mode is where you were just talking about, is some alterations to the house so that it physically complies as a single family house. And then your lease with a single person would mesh with that. And then you can get the CLNU, it sounds like. But with 3 kitchens in there, not going to work. I suspect. I don't see a way to make that work with 3 kitchens.
I don't 100% understand all of the zoning boards. That's why I hired Mr. Demery. I don't really understand all the nuances that go into zoning. I guess my question on the end of it is, why do we have to convert it to a single family if it's been established as a triplex since at least 1975? That's my biggest question, and maybe that's something I just need an education on. But it's been operating this way for almost 50 years, maybe longer. I purchased it to improve it. There were known criminals inside of it. There were actually drug runners or drug lords. I'm not 100% sure, but very bad tenants that we pushed out, and we made this a better property for the city. So that's kind of my question on as far as an owner, from my standpoint.
I understand that. I think that would be a question for between you, Mr. Demery, to get the answers as opposed to.
Yeah, we can't give you those answers, Mr. Klein, but what we can say is that 4904, the A, B, and C can only be a single family or a single rental. And what happened in the past, sir, is the past. It's not today. And that's why we're here. And I think, like I said, it's a conversation with Mr. Demery and yourself, and we can pause this case for another month because really we're running against a hard stop here in about 3 minutes. So this board will, I'm just one vote, but this board, I doubt will approve the triplex. It may approve the 5 units on one property, the way you have, you have 4 separate addresses and then the triplex. But I'm just one vote, but I don't see myself approving the triplex, sir. Other board.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your time. Luke, I'll just pass it back over to you. I think you can take it from here. I'm not 100% sure on where to go from here.
And Mr. Chair, I know we're closing. If I could, just a remark.
Sure.
And like I say, I do have the affidavit of Mr. Cottrell, and I'll submit it for your review. And it's talking about the criminal element and about how his apartment didn't even have a running bath or shower, and Mr. Klein's fixed all of that for him. But really, we're here today because we can't get the power turned on a rehab unit. And so it would be my request today that the board do exercise those powers under the code, and that the board find that it was error to say that there can't be 5 units, and that they approve 5 units. Again, we understand that that 5th unit may not be able to be used as a triplex. It's not being used as a triplex. That's something we can discuss, but that's for a different day. That wasn't the purpose behind the original application. And it's just become a red herring, a lot like the RV that was simply moved off the other property. But that's what we request is that the original application for 5 units be approved, as there's not a problem with 5 units. There's a problem with a triplex, and there's no evidence whatsoever before this board that it's being used as a triplex.
It was Mr. Klein's testimony a few moments ago that he would like to rent this out as a triplex, sir. That's why he bought it, because it was used for the last 50 years or whatever he said as a triplex, and he bought it as a rental income as a triplex. And we're saying he can't have a triplex, or at least I'm saying that.
And sir, he's not applying for it to be a triplex. That was my point. He's not applying to use this as a triplex. What he's done is he's followed the law. It's been used as a triplex for years and years by people that have inhabitants that are drug dealers. This man is doing it the right way. He's here. He's a platoon leader. He's supporting our country. He wants to move back to our city. That's something that we should welcome. But he's here doing it the right way. And his testimony, and the only testimony that this board has heard, is that it's not being used as a triplex. So I understand that that would be his desire. And again, it may be that we have to apply for a special use or apply to have this other structure rezoned, but that's not what we're here for today. Today, we're here to get the power turned on, to have an approval of the 5 units that I don't believe that there's a dispute to. And that was the original application. That's what was actually before the original board.
I have a question of staff. I mean, does the board have the authority to approve in the context of that CLNU that this is not a single family house, but this is a triplex?
The authority to modify the decision to grant it an appeal in whole or in part. If that's what you're asking. And this board has done that before in other cases. For example, I know there was a case recently, it was that Alma Parkview case, where I think somebody asked for a CLNU for, I don't remember, maybe 6 units. The board just determined, well, and it was denied, right? And the board determined that the evidence supported, I think it was 4, not 6. So that's right. You see what I'm saying? You have the authority to grant it in whole or in part, to affirm part of it, deny part of it. It doesn't have to just be a straight up approve or deny.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question, but.
The part of it is it's been functioning as a triplex for a very long time.
Question. How many meters, electric meters are there now?
Mr. Property Manager, how many electric meters are on that triplex? You still with me? Turn on your microphone, please. Thank you. Mr. Demery, Mr. Klein.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see Tasha unmute. I'm not 100% sure for how many units there are or how many meters there are.
Can you get Tasha back online? Does she hear us or is she gone?
I'm here, I'm sorry. I believe there's 1 meter for the whole house, yes.
Your thoughts, everybody? And this up.
I'll throw a motion out there and see where it goes. What case number?
We're on case number 17.
I would move in case 17 that the board overturn the decision of city staff and allow the triplex to function, to allow the 5th property to function as a triplex in the context of the CLNU.
I'm not sure I understood your motion.
I'm moving to allow that existing house to function as a triplex.
On with the other.
1 meter.
Okay. I mean, you can make any motion that you would like to make. I don't think I heard any, I think the testimony I heard was that a triplex is not allowed in this zoning district.
It is not.
But you're allowed to make, yeah.
It's within our authority to change that.
Well, I don't think it's within your authority to change the zoning. I mean, the question is, they applied for a
use variance
CLNU.
is not permitted. Sorry for interrupting you,
Yeah,
Sarah.
no, it's okay. I mean, they applied for a CLNU for 5 structures, right?
Yes.
I think what I heard is there's no dispute over 4 of them. The dispute is concerning the 5th one because it's a triplex.
As one board member, I have no problem with the 5 units. It's the 5th unit operating as a triplex that I have a problem with. At least that's me. I don't see her Stiller saying that, but I don't know if we can change the zoning.
Taking it in a place to where we can't go.
Like legally, we can't approve as use variance, right? And would that motion be technically a use variance?
I mean, it's really, you can make, again, you can make whatever motion that you would like. I wasn't sure I understood it. But if it does, I don't know that we have a second on that motion, so.
I've run out of battery, so remind me, this is
Case number 12.
what,
Oh, you want
this
to
is
here?
to
You want
uphold
to see it?
the
Just,
decision.
yeah. Of an appeal decision.
And I would move in case 17 that we uphold staff's decision. Deny the CLNU.
To clarify, if you uphold that, they can't do the 5 structures at all, regardless if it's a single family. Sure.
They could apply for a CLNU.
Yeah, I don't know that we heard testimony. What could they do?
5 single family homes on.
If the
one lot.
CLNU is denied, I don't think we heard that. Just 1 structure? What's allowed without a
1.
CLNU?
At the CLNU, they can only operate 1 of those.
Yeah.
In one of the four or one of the five?
One of the five.
No, I don't want to do that.
Right. I just want to make sure people understood that because that's my understanding.
Well, then somebody coach me. How do we get to a point?
They
Uh,
can, but the board has the authority, like we've discussed, to also grant that or to grant it for four. I mean, you don't have to just do it an up or down vote on what staff presented, right? You have all of the authority. It's as if you have all of the authority as if you were hearing the application.
Try this. Case 17, I would move that the board grant 5 structures CLNU on this property. That means removal of the triplex outside the CLNU. CLNU can exist with the structures all as single-family houses.
Mr. Demery, did you hear that? And Mr. Klein, did you hear that?
I did, Mr. Chair.
I did as well, sir.
Second.
And before I lose you, Mr. Klein, thank you for your service. We really do appreciate it. And we're not trying to be mean to you. We're just trying to uphold the city code, sir. All right.
No, thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
So I heard a motion and a second of Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes with that motion. Your 5 structures are approved, sir. Did you hear it?
Maggie, can
Thank you again. Yeah, appreciate it.
Wait, say that again. Wait,
Maggie.
Maggie.
I voted with the motion. I have some concern as to who's going to determine whether that 5th structure is being used as a single family, but I guess that falls back on the staff. So,
Right.
okay, I voted to approve.
It is 5:05. Any other business? We're done.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Demery. Okay.